last time around. But everything certainly seems to be looking pretty good, and they did get a good, favorable report from John Young on the weather.
And it's getting better again. It's just started to break up again. I believe the weather probably will not be.
Way to ensure we're ready for flight control. T-minus 3 minutes and counting. T-minus 2 minutes, 55 seconds. The liquid oxygen valve for filling the external tank is closed and pressurization has begun. After the tank is pressurized, the hold capability is limited to 3 minutes and 36 seconds. T-minus 2 minutes, 40 seconds and counting.
Go ahead.
Okay, clear caution and warning memory. Gaseous oxygen vent arm is being inspected.
Minus 230, mark.
T-minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. The ground supply of oxygen and hydrogen has been terminated, and the vehicle is now using its onboard supply.
Minus 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
T-minus minutes, 15 seconds. The main engines have been moved to start position. The astronauts have cleared the caution and warning memories, and they're on unexpected errors.
Configure for liftoff.
T-minus 2 minutes and counting. The astronauts are configuring the APUs for auxiliary power units for liftoff. The liquid hydrogen valve has been closed and flight pressurization underway. T-minus 1 minute, 45 seconds and counting. The computers are automatically verifying the readiness of the main engines at the T-minus 1 minute point. T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds and counting. T-minus 1 minute, 20 seconds and counting.
Minus 115.
T-minus 1 minute, 15 seconds. The liquid hydrogen tank is at flight pressure. Coming up on the 1 minute point in our countdown. 1 minute prior to the liftoff of the third space shuttle mission. T-minus 1 minute. The firing system for the sound suppression water system on the pad is armed. T-minus 50 seconds and counting. T-minus 45. We're 14 seconds away from switching command of the countdown from the ground computers to onboard computers. The development flight instrumentation recorders are on. T-minus 33 seconds and counting. The GOX vent arm is fully retracted, and we're switching control of the countdown to the onboard computers. T-minus 25 seconds. The sequencer on the orbiter is now controlling the final seconds. T-minus 20 seconds. T-minus 15. 14, 13, 12, 10. We're go for main engine ignition. 8, 7, 6. We have main engine ignition.
Started. 20 seconds. Thrust looks good.
Roger, sounds good.
26 seconds. Roll maneuver completed. 30 seconds. 1 nautical mile in altitude. Throttling engines down now to 68% as programmed. 38 seconds. Flopboard status looks good. Mission control. 42 seconds, Columbia now 3 nautical miles in altitude. 46 seconds, coming up now to create a maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. 55 seconds, pass through max Q, still looking good. Throttling engines back to 100%, give it a go at throttle up.
Columbia, Houston, you're go at throttle up.
Roger, go throttle up, we're going to here too.
Mark 1 minute 10 seconds. Columbia now 7 nautical miles in altitude, 4 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading 2,700 feet per second.
Roger, 460.
Mark 1 minute 25 seconds. Columbia now 11 nautical miles in altitude, 8 nautical miles downrange.
We got a free on loop light here.
Roger, we're looking.
That was Jack Lousma reporting a Freon loop light. 1 minute 40 seconds. Coming up on negative seats where altitude is too high for ejection seat use.
Columbia, Houston, negative seats.
Negative seats.
Mark, 1 minute, 55 seconds. Columbia now 21 nautical miles in altitude, 19 nautical miles downrange.
CC-50, Houston.
2 minutes, 2 seconds. Standing by for solid rocket booster separation confirmation.
Okay, there's 103.
2 minutes, 15 seconds. Confirm solid rocket booster separation.
Roger, Columbia, we confirm guidance converged.
2 minutes, 23 seconds. Onboard guidance is converging as programmed. Columbia is now steering for a precise window in space for main engine cutoff. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Standing by for 2-engine TAL capability.
Mako converge at 8:35, Houston.
Roger. Columbia, Houston, you have 2-engine TAL capability.
Roger, 2-engine tail.
2 minutes, 45 seconds. That call up by Capcom Terry Hart says that Columbia now has a 2-engine capability at Roto Naval Air Station, Spain. Columbia now 42 nautical miles in altitude, 58 nautical miles down.
Okay, it looks like the water ball is working real good.
Roger, copy.
Little back burner.
3 minutes, 10 seconds.
What you're seeing now is a simulation of what should be happening at this time. That's the separation of the big solid rockets on either side of the Columbia orbiter. They come off first, they drop off into the ocean, and then they're recovered. They have dropped off. Everything is on schedule this morning. We're 3 minutes and 30 seconds coming up into the flight now of the orbiter. Columbia, its third flight into space. They'll be recovered later on. The big external tank is ETS in the middle box there to the left. That will break up over the Indian Ocean. It's filled with liquid hydrogen and oxygen, of course. It's the primary fuel tank for the orbiter Columbia. Everything is seeming to go extremely well. About 5 minutes to the separation of the external tank. And then OMS 1 in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. That stands for the firing of the first orbital maneuvering system to get the Columbia orbiter into configuration for its orbit. They hope it will last 115 times around the Earth over the next 7 days.
Lausman and Fullerton committed to space travel. They can no longer turn around and return to the launch site. 4 minutes, 20 seconds.
You can hear astronauts Lausma and Fullerton committed to a space flight. Everything right on schedule this morning after a 1-hour delay. A lot of NASA officials must be breathing a great deal easier after they had delays in the first 2 missions of greater length, of course. We'll be back with more after this, once again, wonderful launch of the Columbia orbiter into space from the Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral, Florida. I have to tell you, I never tire of looking at them. We'll be back after this.
You're watching Channel 17 WTVO Rockford.
Values at $28, your choice just $3.99. Insurance Liquidators has football pants and jerseys, baseball pants and jerseys.
Pretty fast, about 5 miles per second, but there are some among us who are actually flying faster than we are.
In terms of public relations for NASA, the most successful experiment on board the orbiter was this study of insect flight in the weightlessness of space. As astronauts Jack Lausman and Gordon Fullerton displayed it to the world, the designer, 18-year-old Todd Nelson, watched with a similar box of bugs in a mock-up of the shuttle in Houston. The result?
Now, it seems like the moths are doing a little better than the bees. The bees are just sort of tumbling around without flapping their wings. But the moths, he seems to have adapted to some degree to zero gravity.
The Columbia's cargo bay contained a pallet with the instruments for 8 other experiments, all of them somewhat more technically complex than the bug box. Most of these experiments tested the environment in and around the spacecraft as it orbited the Earth. The data will help scientists design experiments for future shuttle flights. All indications are that everything functioned well.
So far, it's in there.
From their window in the back of the crew area, the astronauts used one of the experimental packages. This device measured the charged particles that inhabit this region of space, and this test showed the arm works well, even though two of its cameras malfunctioned. Lausman and Fuller also conducted an experiment in the cockpit using cells. The idea is that the cells needed to make certain drugs can be purified more easily in space. Many scientists on Earth are skeptical, but NASA hopes the experiments will be the forerunners of factories in space to make pharmaceuticals. The experiments seemed to go well, and there was no question about the weightlessness. Some minor mysteries remain. These white spots may be liquid oxygen escaping from the engine, but scientists aren't yet certain, and there is concern the spots could be investigations in the future. Columbia 3 was named the Pathfinder mission, and there is no question how well the shuttle can function as a laboratory in space. Jane, one of the wonderful things about working for today's show is
Correspondent John Chancellor.
The landing of the Space Shuttle Columbia has been delayed because of bad weather at the landing site. In New Mexico, at the White Sands Missile Range, the winds are too high and the sand blowing much too thickly to allow the shuttle to land. NASA said the weather at White Sands had degraded to the point that the Columbia crew had to be waved off. And as you can see in this live picture from there, the weather isn't very good. That decision was made about 90 minutes before the scheduled and based on the judgment of astronaut John Young, who was flying a plane in the turbulent sky above the White Sands landing strip. And apparently he couldn't see some of the runways to his satisfaction. Now Mission Control must decide where the shuttle is to land tomorrow, and if the decision could be made to land at the Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral in Florida. More on all this from Roy Neal at Mission Control in Houston.
That's right, John. At the moment, the betting odds here are that the Columbia will come down tomorrow and not stay at the toss-up between White Sands, New Mexico, and the Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral. Here's the announcement we heard from Mission Control.
The probabilities are high that Columbia will land at the Kennedy Space Center, which forecast to have the best weather for tomorrow. Here in the control center, flight planning is getting underway to support a landing at KSC. We will continue to watch the weather, if at all possible.
We probably will not get a definitive word on all this until probably tomorrow morning on the final choice, that is. That'll be up to the weatherman. A team of flight controllers is at the moment refining plans to both locations. In space at the moment, Jack Lausman, Gordon Fullerton are unbuttoning the Columbia, getting ready to spend another night in orbit. They're opening the big cargo doors, resetting switches. To them, a wave off, as it would be to any pilot, is discretion. John?
Well, and as reported to you, Colonel Lausma and Colonel Fullerton now over the Pacific Ocean on an orbit that they didn't think they'd be flying. Columbia heading now for the coast of California. So that's where it stands. The third space shuttle flight take off on the day scheduled for launch, and it's a very successful journey. The only problem now is how to get it down. The astronauts are in no danger with plenty of fuel and food. More details on Chancellor.
NBC News correspondent Roy Neal at Mission Control in Houston.
We are about an hour away from the planned landing of the Space Shuttle Columbia. Astronauts Jack Lausma and Gordon Fullerton at this moment are preparing to burn their orbital maneuvering system engines, and that will commit them to coming back to Earth to land. Permission decision to make that deorbit burn was passed up a few minutes ago by Steve Nagel in Mission Control talking to Jack Lausma. And here's a tape of that message.
Go for the deorbit burn, and we talked to the STA just before your compass passed, and the winds right now are favoring runway 17 with a right turn. The surface winds last reported were 160 at 10 knots. So we recommend a right turn to runway 17, and if winds should happen to pick up and swing around as forecast, we may have to switch back to 23, and we do not anticipate that at this time.
With me now, and helping to monitor all the announcements at Mission Control, is Space Shuttle astronaut Major James Buckley. Jim, you've been listening carefully. What do you hear?
Well, right now, Roy, the crew has just completed their maneuver to the deorbit burn attitude, which should occur in about 13 minutes, and they're all set for the deorbit burn.
At White Sands, and we're seeing it now, you've flown in and out of that place. How does it look?
It looks great. It's certainly a lot nicer than it was yesterday, and we just got an update from John Young on the winds. So it looks like 17 will be the runway we'll use.
Now there's the intersection of runways 17 and 23, isn't it? That's the intersection of the two runways that we just heard them talking about.
That's correct.
John Young's been out there flying the shuttle training aircraft, I believe. And at the moment, things are looking very good. That burn then is to be made at 10:13 Eastern Time. Jack Lausma and Gordon Fullerton will be in voice contact over Australia about a minute and a half before the burn is made. So that will be literally the last decision point before committing them to re-enter on a path coming in over Baja, California. And it will intersect between Phoenix and Tucson, Arizona, before finally swinging in line to runway 17 at White Sands to touchdown at 11:05 Eastern Time this morning. NBC News will be on the air with a special coverage beginning at 10:30. Roy Neal, NBC News at Mission Control in Houston.
My favorite quotation for all of this so far comes from Major General Alan Nord, who's the commander of the White Sands Missile Range. As you'll recall, Edwards Air Force Base in California is the landing site that they would like to have used. But it rained so much out there that somebody said the runway was the consistency of cream of wheat left over about 24 hours after it had been cooked. So they moved it, sent 2 trains 1,000 miles to White Sands Missile Range, which gave the Army out there a bit of a problem. And now we come to my favorite quote. Major General Alan Nord, the commander, said, "We've been hammer and tonging this for days." And they have, and it's all working, and it's coming down now. Let's just have a look at the clock and the map to see 28 minutes and 17 seconds to landing at White Sands, everything going perfectly, and we'll be back with more coverage after this.
Gas is America's #1 water heater because gas is America's most efficient major energy system, most economical too. So when America uses gas, it saves energy and money. And new fuel-saving gas water heaters use less energy than ever. You can be energy efficient too. Use water-saving shower nozzles and check water temperatures. Use all energy efficiently because the future belongs to the efficient.
Off my belly jet that lands me to a hotel that understands me. I've got business and I'm on the road again. Feeling the pressure mounting on me, counting the people counting on me. Competition like I can't remember when. And you can reach me at the Hilton. Just call me at the Hilton and we'll get down to your business right away.
When American business hits the road, American business stops at Hilton, America's business address.
What a rotten day to take pictures.
With that sun?
Look at the shadow it makes on them.
So get them out of the car.
You don't have to with Polaroid sun camera. There's a piece of the sun inside and in 600-speed film. See what a difference the sun camera makes?
Great. But what does it do in good light?
Well, then we touch up the small shadows. Mixing in our light can make any picture better.
But won't taking pieces out of the sun hurt it?
It'll be fine in the morning.
See what a difference it makes.
Tony Silkway presents The Personal Perms. Here's your guide to the one that's right for you. Is your hair color treated? Be sure to use the Gentle Tony Silk Wave just for color-treated hair. Is your hair hard to curl? There's a Silk Wave just for you. Regular for normal hair. But here's the exciting part. You pick the amount of curl you want, just by the amount of time you leave it on. Silk Wave for personal perms. One is right for you.
Well, the communications blackout has begun. That's caused, and I don't want to get too technical about this because I don't know how technical it is, but when they come in, they're sort of burning through the upper part of the atmosphere, and that makes radio communication very difficult. The blackout will be going on until 8 minutes before the hour, wherever you are, and then we'll pick them up again. No indication that there's any problem at all. Let's look at the clock and the map again and see where we are. As you can see, they're past Hawaii. They'll be coming in over Baja, California. And they'll be able to see up the coast to Los Angeles and possibly, I guess, at that altitude to San Francisco, and then on to White Sands. Vance Brand, the astronaut, is with us. Are they saying anything on that circuit of importance?
Well, it sounds like they're about 255,000 feet high, John.
Yeah.
Still going about 24 times the speed of sound. So they're really whistling across the Pacific at high speed.
Yeah.
And they'll start slowing down progressively approaching the coast.
Vance, no problem with the tiles, right? With the heat protection tiles?
That's correct. Fortunately, the tiles came off in an area that's not very critical. This area might reach, say, 600 degrees Fahrenheit, which sounds like a lot, but it isn't compared to the 2,700 degrees in other places. And protection's adequate.
Yeah, the one phrase that NASA used that I found interesting was they said that the tiles were in a thermally benign part of the craft, so that. But if those tiles came off in a place that was not thermally benign, for example, down in here where the really severe heating takes place, that could be a problem, and NASA is moving to fix those tiles better. They've been a persistent problem. The one thing, Vance, that interests me is though we've had problems on this spacecraft all the way from the power units overheating on launch every time down to the fact that the toilet didn't work, but the overall system seems to be working very well.
That's right. For the third test flight, I think it's just super. I believe that the toilet system has been a nagging problem, and that will of course get fixed. The tile, I think it's a matter of replacing these tile with stronger ones when they have them all over the vehicle. I don't believe we expect any problem there.
You know, what strikes me is the fact that I'm kind of an optimist about this, but it's the most complicated machine ever devised. We have to remind ourselves of that. It isn't a Model T. It's a very complicated machine, and I think the fact that they were able to stay up an extra day because the wind was blowing too fast at one runway, that there had been too much rain at another runway, they still could have gone into the Kennedy Space Center, is an indication of the fundamental reliability of this aircraft.
And of course, you know, they could stay up for 3 more days if they had to, because they have sufficient oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, food, all those things.
We haven't heard from Roy Neal yet, without whom no NBC coverage of space is possible. Roy has been monitoring the whole mission at Mission Control in Houston and has prepared this look at the mission so far. Roy?
We're go for main engine ignition.
Shuttle Commander Jack Lausma said it before launch.
It's not just another ride. There's a lot that has to be done right.
Orbiter is the most complicated piece of space machinery ever to fly. Columbia, on its 3rd mission, returns home today. Bad weather out of the way. Both ship and crew in good shape. A lot done right.
The operation is smooth, and I'm really impressed with that piece of machinery.
Even though the failure of 2 TV cameras made it tougher, astronauts Lausma and Gordon Fullerton successfully tested the mechanical arm for picking up and putting back cargo. They operated several scientific and engineering experiments, one of them involving insects in weightlessness.
The flies have decided to give up flying and just walk.
They proved the ability of Columbia to withstand the extremes of hot and cold in space.
The cabin is chilly right now. In fact, it started out last night warm.
But as on previous trips, a string of assorted gremlins plagued the mission.
I see some little chunks of tile right at the base of the number 2 window there.
As before, tiles had broken loose on launch, but not in critical areas. 3 of the 4 primary radio links to Earth were lost. NASA officials decided backup systems were safe enough. There were personal problems.
Okay, well, what we wanted today. I think we're going to be feeling better tomorrow, Dave, and I know it's pretty hard to sleep in up here.
But overall, circling the Earth every 90 minutes with 32 sunrises and sunsets a day, the view from 150 miles up was spectacular.
This is good old America from sea to shining sea in just 12 minutes. And it really is America the Beautiful.
The Odyssey of Columbia nears its end. Cape Canaveral to White Sands, New Mexico, the long way, more than 3 million miles, and the day. And that's how the flight went. Now, with me, John, sharing this mission here in Houston has been shuttle astronaut Major James Buckley as well. And Jim, your observations on the mission as an astronaut?
Well, Roy, from where I sit, everything has gone just fantastic. I think we have completed every objective, and I'm ready to see them come down.
Well, we're about to see that in a mere matter of moments. John?
Thank you, Roy. Let's hear from the astronaut now. We have recorded various things that they've done. Colonel Jack Lausma of the Marines and Colonel Gordo Fullerton of the Air Force, and we've recorded some of that, and we'll play it for you now.
Sounds good.
Now, just as soon as we started picking up the atmosphere, it started very lightly, and now it's brighter and brighter.
They picked up the atmosphere at 34 minutes past the last hour in whatever time zone you're in, and 37 minutes past the hour the blackout began when they began to get into the atmosphere until 8 minutes before the hour. Let's have a quick look at the clock now and see how far away now the landing, and they probably from there ought to have the coast almost in sight. A beautiful view that will be. So with 18 minutes to go, we'll pause this message.
The self-adjusting moisturizer that Silkins was attracted to Tina's dry skin. More so than she needed more.
Is what you get. Beautiful.
Fresh gel.
Hey, what a super looking day. Let me try. Mom!
Introducing new Fresh Gel. Cream gel. Proven MSC can give.
Beth, it's good for both of you.
Protection in a great tasting gel.
Oh, hey, look at that. Hey, 10 out of 10.
No bummers?
Well, not with the world's most sensitive color and film, new 600 speed. It's the big secret behind Polaroid.
One.
Well, yeah, but it needed this film to get 10 great pictures out of 10.
A piece of the sun.
Together, they can turn any light into good pictures.
So what's the camera do?
It keeps the film from falling on the ground.
Let's talk
tough, we're all right. Interest rates, mortgages, my husband and I both working. Sometimes I get awful headache.
Life got tougher, and we got stronger. Extra strength Excedrin with the two most powerful headache relievers can buy, plus a third ingredient to give you unsurpassed headache relief.
Good job, Excedrin.
Life got tougher, and we got stronger.
Extra strength Excedrin. 100 tablets or 60 capsules, just $2.69 right now at the sign of America's neighborhood independent pharmacies. Value right. Check the yellow pages for the store nearest you.
We are now about a quarter of an hour away from the landing of STS-3, the Space Shuttle Columbia, after a more than 3 million mile journey, 8 days around the Earth in 129 orbits, heading down now into the atmosphere, out of communication because of the pressures of the atmosphere and the heat around the spacecraft, but due to be over the California coast just about now. 15 minutes to landing at White Sands, where the weather is excellent, as it was not yesterday, and you see there that it will be crossing some southern states, some southwestern states, before it heads down there. Robert Bazell is at the White Sands Missile Range now, and he has a report for us. Bob?
Good morning, John. It's nice to be talking to you again, and good morning, Vance. With you this morning is Fitz, who's a NASA test pilot who's been with us on the 2 prior shuttle landings. Good morning, Fitz. Welcome.
Morning.
We'll be talking to Fitz quite a bit after the landing to talk about how it goes. There is some wind here this morning at White Sands. Of course, it's nothing like we had yesterday, where all of us were here at 8 and breathed a lot of dust. There's enough wind, so they've had to modify the landing plan a little bit. They'll be making a right turn into the runway that's numbered 17. And they won't be getting a crosswind, which is something they'd hoped for, but for tests for future landings, but that won't be happening. They'll be landing into the wind. The situation here with the cancellation yesterday, it dampened the crowd somewhat. Yesterday, we had quite a few people who were here. Thousands and thousands of people crowded from neighboring towns, some from both coasts to come to see the landing, but they were severely disappointed, and they too breathed and ate a lot of sand. Today, we have a picture of the visitors viewing area, and as you can see, there are many, many fewer people. I think a lot of people went through a lot of trouble yesterday. They were disappointed they didn't come back today. So right now we're looking at winds here at the edge of the runway that are gusting up to about 30 miles an hour sometimes. They seem to be steady at about 10, but that's absolutely no problem for the landing. Everything seems to be going perfectly. It's a beautiful day. Couldn't be nicer, and we'll be talking to you later. John?
We've just been eavesdropping. They came out of the communications blackout 2 minutes early. And Jack Lausma said, "This is sure a beautiful flying machine," and they agreed with him at Mission Control. We're just waiting now for more communication from the spacecraft.
Yeah, John, they said...
I think we're booming right over the Commander-in-Chief's ranch right now, Steve.
They just passed over L.A.
Your energy and ground track are nominal.
That means all right.
We show them crossing the coastline now. For a mark itself.
We should see them on television in about 5 minutes, I suppose. And the landing, as you can see, is only 12 minutes away.
Mark, 12,000 feet per second.
They're slowing down rapidly now. Only 12 times the speed of sound, John.
12 times the speed. That's about 7,000 miles an hour.
Altitude 167,000 feet, range 440 miles.
I imagine they can look right up the San Joaquin Valley.
They have AOS at White Sands now.
It's
12 minutes to touchdown.
Almost impossible for earthbound people to understand how fast they are still traveling.
10 miles, Mach 10.6.
Yeah, it's about 6,000 miles an hour now. And it has no power. It is dropping. Not quite like a stone, but as Tom Wolfe said, it has the trajectory of some keys thrown to the ground in a parking lot.
The shuttle has probably broken a few glider records.
I would think.
Gliding from halfway around the world. Undoubtedly, Speedway is the hottest glider.
Roger.
Never thought of that.
350 miles to White Sands.
Probably temperature-wise, too.
Ought we not to listen now to see if they're going to change the runway They're probably not. They would have to do it about now, wouldn't they?
That's right. They would
150,000.
sometime if they wanted to. But they're at 150,000 feet. They would have to change very, very quickly now if they changed their minds.
Passing Phoenix.
Passing Phoenix?
By the time they got to Phoenix, my watch had hardly made one revolution.
Altitude now 147,000 feet. Mach 8.3, range 290 miles.
They are only 300 miles out now, so they should, of course, be getting TACAN signals for navigation.
TACAN?
TACAN meaning those are the same radio stations that airliners use.
We should see them in about 3 minutes, I think, on television.
Okay, Steve, we're at Davis Mountain. I can see it down there. I got one TACAN out, 2 TACANs locked. Roger, stand by.
That Steve Nagel is the Capcom. I think you see him right there in your picture. The voice of mission control,
5,000 feet.
Jack Riley, you just heard him.
Mach 7. Range 230.
Steve has been in the program for about 4 years now, one of our bright upcoming young astronauts. Air Force officer. So he's probably fairly familiar with White Sands.
Their position is now being tracked by the
Roger, Columbia, Houston, take TACAN.
That's TACAN, and that's the navigational systems used by commercial airliners.
Provide range and bearing information. 124,000 feet now.
And it sounds like the craft, the navigation has just been excellent across the Pacific from the Indian Ocean.
Approaching the state line between Arizona and New Mexico now.
Soon they will be over Truth or Consequences in New Mexico. They're passing some very desolate country right now. I think with the scattered clouds, I may not see the landing field yet, but they will very quickly, John.
Mach 5, range 146 miles. Columbia is over New Mexico now. Passing north of Silver City.
Over New Mexico now. About the size of a DC-9, no power.
Altitude's 103,000 feet at Mach 4.3, range 112 miles.
Advanced Brand points out
7.5 minutes to touchdown.
no vehicle has ever glided that quickly and that far, except the shuttles that preceded it. This is the third shuttle flight.
Looks like TACAN 2 had a momentary hiccup there and failed out in azimuth. I'll just leave it alone. Copy that. Passing 97,000 now. Positive seats.
They just passed 97,000 feet and called positive seats. This means if they were ever to have to use ejection seats, they could. I
could use ejection seats if necessary. They are now below the altitude. Roger.
They're in a very steep glide now, probably less than 100 miles out, over 100,000 feet high. That's 3 times as high as an airliner.
Out of 90,000 feet at Mach 3, range 74 miles. Looks good on board. Stand by.
The vehicle has pitot tubes like an airplane, except they must be kept in
Columbia, Houston,
up to
take
this
care.
point, so they won't burn out.
I think we've got a picture of it.
Columbia, taking air data now at 81,000. We have a television picture of Columbia on the monitor.
Look at that.
79,000 feet, Mach 2.5, range 58 miles.
Now, Vance, is he banking that? Is he in a big banking turn at the moment?
Yeah, that's right. I believe he's in a right bank, John. When he comes down only 2.5 times the speed of sound, level out and head straight to the barn. And they have just put out their pitot tubes, or they're about to.
Nav, energy, and ground track are all good. Have an update on winds and weather when you're ready. Go ahead. A little bump at around Mach 2. Roger, high scattered cirrus deck over the field. Surface winds 180 at 11. Altimeter 3003. Over. 3003 and roger the wind.
11 mile an hour wind. 11 knots, I guess, huh?
Yes, winds are very light.
8,000 feet.
Really,
range
it
40
will be
miles.
very nice today, I think, for landing. We have a south wind coming up from Mexico.
Past truth or consequences, crossed over Interstate Highway 25, heading toward White Sands. 4 minutes, 40 seconds from touchdown. 60,000 feet, Mach 1.4.
They're very close to coming through Mach 1. I imagine the coyotes out on the desert will hear that shortly.
So we, I hope.
Everything looking good at Mach 1 at 50,000 feet, range 27 miles.
If you're wondering where that picture comes from, it comes from one of the so-called chase planes that they have observing the spacecraft, now an airplane, as it returns from space.
We're just about at the place where the chase planes will try to join on the shuttle, come up very close. That's always a tough job, tough piloting job. Dick Covey will be the guy that is assigned that task.
Mach 0.9 and speed brakes going to 100% now. 3.5 minutes from touchdown. 38,000 feet. Range 20 miles.
Of course, the shuttle will be making a right turn in, so we'll soon.
We're at 33, Dick.
There it is going overhead.
Feet.
You know, you have
everything looking good.
You have to pinch yourself and remind that about half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, that was
285.
way up in space.
Now passing 6,000.
That's right. It dropped a long way. 130 mile drop.
Touchdown. 13 miles range.
Looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Turning right now into runway 17.
They're in the right turn.
At 20,000 feet.
To, in a moment, straighten out and be lined up at the landing runway.
Range 10 miles. From Houston winds 190 at 14.
That was the sonic boom.
Out of 15,000 feet. Two copy lines, Houston. Go Ferrado, inner glide slope. Go Ferrado at 12,000 feet. Okay, we're Ferrado, Houston. Columbia now in auto land. Out of 10,000 feet at 288. Roger. 5,000 feet. 280. Range about 3 miles. Roger. 1,000 feet. 292. Still in auto. 50 feet, gear coming. Comes the gear. Gear down. 20. 10, 5, 4, touchdown. No gear. 10. 4, 3, 2. Touchdown.
Well, there it is, Vance. I guess we all ought to applaud.
That was a great flight.
The mission elapsed time of touchdown, unofficially 8 days, 0 hours, 4 minutes, 49 seconds.
That was by far the longest flight for the shuttle to date. About 4 times longer than previous flight.
Yep. 8 hours, 8 days, 4 minutes, and 49 seconds. 129, and I guess about 2/3 way around the world. At an altitude of 150 miles up in space. And they had their problems that they overcame, every one of them, including a problem that was produced by nature, high winds, rains, and they overcame those. There it is, all beat up. When you look at a spacecraft like that, as I have in person a couple of times before, there are burns along it. It looks like a pretty used piece of equipment.
I think there's stains across it, in particular in the entry that you can notice, things like that. But it won't take them very long to turn it around and have it ready to go again.
That's right.
Unofficial wheel stop time, 8 days.
Well, it was worth it. Beautiful weather out there today.
Now, the astronauts will be in there for quite some time because there are...
This is Columbia. Convoy 1, Columbia. Reach your line, say how many. Welcome home. KF-2.
There are still in the spacecraft some toxic and some lethal fluids that have to be handled with some care. The astronauts themselves have to undergo a physical examination. Lots will be going on here, and I'd like to get the reaction of Robert Bazell, our science correspondent, who's at White Sands, who saw this come in himself. Bob, are you there?
I sure am, John. It was certainly beautiful. That was I've seen the first as well as this one, and it was just gorgeous. It couldn't look better. What do you think, Fitzhugh Fulton, the test pilot?
It certainly looked good to me. The whole thing looked just about the way it was picture planned, and the approach to landing, the flare out, and the touchdown, and then after as he approached the point to putting the nose gear down, I noticed he made a little pitch change in the shuttle, and I think that was to test out the elevator effectiveness at low speed.
So that wasn't a problem, it was just a test.
That's right, it was just another one of the tests I'm sure was programmed in there.
It was a very clear day here today, John, and we saw it much farther away than we had seen it at Edwards Air Force Base. So people here were cheering and shouting all the way down, and finally a touchdown from all over the place. It was really beautiful.
Now on our screen we can see, and I guess you can see with your eye, Bob, some of the vehicles that are moving up. The one to your left there on the screen is called the Orbiter Crew Hatch Access Vehicle. I call it the stairs. What they do is they will move that up, and once they make sure that there are no toxic gases in the area, and you see trucks moving in that have to do with that, they will move the stairs over to the aircraft, and the doctor will go in, and then ultimately, but probably quite a long time from now the astronauts themselves, Jack Lausma and Gordo Fullerton, will come out to the cheers of the technicians.
John?
Yeah.
One of the things about this mission is that the astronauts are scheduled to come out sooner than they had on previous missions. I think the first two crews were a little bit upset about how much time they had to spend in there going over tests. So there'll be a substitute crew that are going to go in there for them. I think we should see them today, if everything goes normally, a bit sooner than we saw the first two crews come out.
All right, there it is, that whole little army of vehicles. Those ones you see on your screen there that are moving in had to be trained 1,000 miles from Edwards Air Force Base in California. 2 special trains carried all of this stuff, and this shows you a project that's still in the process of growing up. They don't have vehicles that meet the aircraft all over the country. They have at the Kennedy Space Center, and the one you've seen, Shuttle gets itself going when Vance Brand starts flying it in Kennedy, and there it is, all hail Columbia, and we'll be back after we get to the station.
Your channel. Replacement speakers from Playback, priced from $1 to $40. You save in every category. Insurance liquidators also savings on replacement speakers priced from $1 to $40. And insurance liquidators $39.21.
See the in this year's Icecapades. Opens tomorrow with performances at the Rock Metro Center with special guest star Peggy Fleming and Rockford's own Sandy Lenz. Tickets now on Metro outlets or charge by phone 968-5222.
Latest weather brought to you by Fisher's Appliance and TV Center. Save big at all 4 locations during time with a high near 60. Partly cloudy tonight. This is Bob Kevin for Fisher's Appliance and TV Centers.
Is down, the astronauts are safe, everything worked just flawlessly this morning out at White Sands Missile Range. The astronauts are still inside the vehicle there. You can see the tiles so well and so vividly in a photograph, in a tape like this, or picture like this. Those are the heat-resistant tiles, some of which they lost. I think we can see the pilots. You've got a very well-tuned set. You can look in there and see and Fullerton. That's the flight you're looking at on Columbia. And what sights they have seen, even this morning as they came in over the California coast. Well, it was a beautiful day, and they saw half the Southwest. And just about a perfect landing. I don't know what just about means in that case. It looked wonderful to us, and we would like to show it to you again. The final moments in the air of the 3rd mission of Space Shuttle.
And they've tried out a second landing field now, too.
That's right.
So, the Cape.
There it is with its little fish trailing it, the chase plane.
$1,000 feet. Airspeed 292. Still in auto.
50 coming.
Comes the
Gear down. 20. 10s. Touchdown. Nose gears 10. Nose gears 5. 4. 3. 3.
And that's how it looked just a few minutes ago. Nominal, as they say, which is high praise in some of these situations. Roy Neal is in Houston now with Glenn Lunny, who is the manager of the Space Shuttle program, Roy?
And Glenn is one of the happiest men in Houston at the moment. Much relieved, I would imagine.
Feeling very well, thank
you. I watched just now, you watched us read that landing. You shared every second of that, didn't you?
Of the landing and the flight.
I guess, though, it's time now that they're safely back to put all this in some kind of perspective. And as a management person within the framework of the Space Administration, how do you see this flight? Was it good, bad, or indifferent?
I think it was terrific. We had 3 things to do. Get up okay, stay up for about a week, and get down okay. We did them all, and we stayed one more day.
And you know, to us sitting here on the ground watching test flight go on, it's kind of like counting nuts and bolts. Everything seems to go wrong. The sky is falling. Chicken Little was right. There were all sorts of things, including having to wave them off. And yet, you're looking at that a lot differently.
Oh, in perspective, we've had very few problems. We were dismayed at the top problem, but I think we'll figure out what that is, and we have a plan to strengthen the files. But on balance, we felt it was very successful, very few problems, and the few that we had, easy, and we'll be right back in the air for the rest of them.
One last question, if I may. Right now, these are test flights. How does this flight pertain to the operational flight you're looking at starting the end of this year?
The idea, of course, of the test flights is to test the vehicle and be sure they're ready to go in the operations and build with this kind of a flight and the success of it. We really will be. Landings in the future, we're going to probably have several days options. We will deal with the weather, and wave offs or choices of weather and landing sites will become a routine thing for us.
Just like running an airline. Glenn Lunny, who is, of course, the Space Shuttle Program Manager here in Houston at the Johnson Space Center. John?
And at White Sands Missile Range, they are still have Space Shuttle, and they are to purge it of its fuels and other liquids aboard. At this stage of the operation, it's too soon for technicians to approach the craft itself. It's being done in other ways. And there it is, home, safe and sound, more than 3 million miles in space. We'll be back with more coverage of Columbia after this.
Feet. And when you get to the point, let me know. I'll get it to you.
I'm not sure advanced what 4,000 feet means. I know that White Sands is about 3,900 feet, isn't it, in that altitude?
That's right. High altitude, and probably suspect that there's a little pressure on one to match the other. So it doesn't pop open.
I see. Now tell me what the astronauts are wearing now.
Well, of course, they re-entered in their suits, high-altitude suits with helmets, gloves, and so forth. By now, they have the helmets off, the gloves off, to be a little more comfortable, to be able to reach around the cockpit to shut everything down. And although they can sort of take a sigh of relief, they want to power down everything in a very good fashion. This is a perfect mission to the very last step that they have to perform.
Well done so far. Heidi Schulman is standing by with an important person who watched the landing today.
John, I have just seen the Columbia land just in time to really begin to kick up out here, but before it did, we had a gorgeous view in the VIP Center, and among the spectators there, a very proud Governor of New Mexico, Bruce King. Governor, your impressions of the landing?
Well, it was just beautiful, and we're delighted to welcome New Mexico, and we're just elated that it was a beautiful day. It was a very spectacular sight. See it come in from some 50 to 75 miles out when you could just barely see a view of it, and then as Columbia came on in and came on down to land in the beautiful mountain background setting, and it's just something we're very proud of, New Mexico. We're very proud of White Sands, what we've been able to do. And
you told me a moment ago that you were very nervous about yesterday. We had that awful sandstorm, and it looked doubtful.
Well, one or two of those in late April and March, and we're really concerned, and we're just elated that we did have such a beautiful day for Columbia to land today. But we were very concerned, and yesterday was one of the first days that you received in the desert area when it the White Sands. Well, it moves.
What kind of a boost now? This is obviously a very public occasion out here. What kind of a boost does it give to the space program here in New Mexico?
Well, it gives a great boost to the space program because we'll have about 355 days a year. Generally speaking, wouldn't do or anything that the space shuttle could operate from this area. So we know that we will have many more landings and many more takeoffs from this area. So we're just elated. It means a great deal to us. It also means a great deal to us who have the opportunity to people throughout the international area, the United States, and welcome them to our great state of the land of enchantment, New Mexico.
Governor, thank you very much. We're going back to John Chancellor in New York.
Thank you, Heidi. For an hour or two yesterday afternoon, it looked as though the Columbia might have to land at the Kennedy Space Center to take Canaveral. So we sent Lloyd Dobbins of our staff down there to see if it was going to land and report on it. It didn't land, but it was totally unfair not to switch to Lloyd Dobbins this morning. Here he is, Lloyd Dobbins, where it didn't land. Lloyd? This is the landing strip. We're having a little trouble getting Dobbins' audio. This is the landing strip at the Kennedy Space Center. And what's that aircraft, Vance?
That is the shuttle training airplane, the Gulfstream 2 that has a cockpit just like the shuttles.
Yeah.
And of course, that's what John Young has been flying around to check the weather this morning.
Have you flown in that aircraft?
Yes, I have.
How do you make it feel like a shuttle?
Well, it's a lot of it's done through computers. You know, they put in special computers to implement the control surfaces. And of course, we have a stick and instruments like the shuttles on the left side of the cockpit.
Okay, well, we're going to see if we can get back to Mr. Dobbins. Have another look at the space shuttle, which landed so successfully today, after this.
Very moment, you have access to the world's most advanced information system, the Bell Network, managing complex voice, data, and visual communications. Use it for telemarketing, to more efficiently, to open new markets, to manage more. Put out for you, the Information Management Network.
One's hard work. The other's easy. Frito-Lay Gold game. Dig into specially marked 1-pound bags and you find game for 5 million other prizes too. Or mail us your name and address and we'll see. Gold in Frito-Lay's game. Gold! Wisconsin where prohibited.
Sweet temptation, exquisitely, deliciously inviting. Great taste discovery, Sugar Twin. With a new advanced formula that tastes more like sugar than ever. In a taste test among our experts, advanced formula Sugar Twin diet sweetener was preferred for tasting more like sugar. Exquisitely, deliciously inviting. Try advanced formula Sugar Twin. It's sugar to your mouth.
You know how I define old? It's someone that's so set in their ways, they just won't change. They can't change. A few years ago, I made a big change. After years of using aspirin, I switched to Tylenol. I was in the hospital and I needed something for pain. They gave me Tylenol, and it really worked. Turns out Tylenol is the reliever that hospitals use most. Well, if hospitals trust Tylenol, I sure can.
For relief, you trust Tylenol. Hospitals do. Tylenol in regular and extra strength.
Well, it was an interesting morning. Everything worked out well. I'd just like to put a question to Vance Brand now. Vance, you're going on the first non-testing flight, STS-5 it'll be called, and that goes when, in November?
That's right, John. November 11th is the current date.
And what will you be carrying?
It will be the first working flight. We will have 2 commercial satellites, communication satellites, purchased by 2 companies, one Canadian, one American, and we're being used as a transportation system to get them into orbit.
The Ace Trucking Company, as you say.
Again, the Ace Trucking Company, yeah.
And when you get up into orbit and you open the doors on the spacecraft, how do you get the satellites out? Do you kick them out?
Well, of course, we could use the arm, but that won't be used in this case. They actually will be kicked out by springs. There will be springs that push them out at 1 or 2 miles per hour. First, they'll be spun up on a Lazy Susan type device.
We'll be watching you, Vance, up there. There's the shuttle now, and you see those 2 long vans behind it, those trucks. They're purging some of the various fluids and fuels that are still in it. And you can also see the stairs up at the front, and I presume by now that somebody has gone in there to see the astronauts. That concludes our coverage of STS-3. The 3 million-mile flight of the Columbia ended successfully today. Sorry about Lloyd Dobbins.
News special report.
Shuttle 4. Here is NBC News correspondent Tom Brokaw.
Good morning, good morning, everyone. What I wanted to say is that everything is going extremely well here at the Kennedy Space Center. We're now at T-minus 39 minutes and 31 seconds, and all is going well. As you can see, the Space Shuttle 4 is on the launch pad. The astronauts, that's TK, Thomas K. Mattingly, known as Ken Mattingly to his colleagues, and Henry Hartsfield, are in the orbiter. This is the last in the test flight series of the Columbia orbiter, and it has a number of unique dimensions to it, including a military payload for the first time officially classified top secret. We'll be talking more about that. It is scheduled to land after 113 orbits of the Earth next Sunday, July 4th, in California, and President Reagan is expected to be there for touchdown. Launch time this morning, 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and we expect that to go off on schedule. However, as we have learned from past launches, there can be an interruption or two. Last night, the possibility of some danger to the Columbia orbiter as a result of a fairly severe electrical and hailstorm over Cape Canaveral here at the Kennedy Space Center. Let us show you a picture of what happened. It looks like something from Dr. Strangelove's laboratory, a bolt of lightning nearby, a fairly intense, I say, hailstorm, and some of those protective tiles took some damage. They were dinged, so to speak, about 400 of them altogether, but NASA managed to get them repaired, and now to describe that repair, here's our Mr. Fix-It, Robert Bazell, our science correspondent. Bob?
Good morning, Tom. I was here yesterday afternoon when that storm hit. It was a typical Florida afternoon storm, but it was very strong, and it was centered right over the launch pad. The storm, which began just after 4 p.m. yesterday, brought heavy rain, hail, and some fierce lightning. The lightning set off fire alarms on Launch Pad 39A, but when fire trucks arrived, they found no problems. Soon afterwards, however, workers on the pad discovered that the hailstones had dented some of the thermal protection tiles on the Columbia's surface. You can see the dents as white spots on the outside of the tiles. Inspection teams who had been summoned from home checked out the shuttle skin and decided repairs were needed. The huge scaffolding structure was rolled back into place so the repairs could begin. The Mr. Fix-It aspect was that they didn't need to replace any of the tiles last night. What they did was they spackled them, much the same way as you would fix some plaster in your home. In fact, the work on the tiles was completed 2 hours early, just after midnight, with no interruption to the countdown. So as of now, everything is still going very smoothly. It looks very good for a launch on time. Tom?
Thank you very much, Bob. We'll be talking about the clock, of course, during the course of the next 90 minutes that will be on the air here for the launch of Space Shuttle 4. let me remind you that there are 2 times that we are talking about. We're now officially on the clock at T-minus 36 minutes. But that does not mean it's going to launch in 36 minutes because there are 2 10-minute holds built into this next hour before the scheduled liftoff at 11 a.m. this morning, Eastern Daylight Time. Standing by in New York now with more news of what's going on in this world of ours, here's John Hart. John, what is going on?
Good morning, Tom. Israeli jets dropped leaflets today over Beirut. Instead of bombs, the leaflets saying that Israel has not yet used its full force and urging the people of the Muslim half of the city to leave. In Jerusalem, the Israeli government had a cabinet meeting today and then called on the PLO guerrillas in Beirut to leave, to lay down their arms, and then go to Syria. Israel saying, however, it will honor the latest ceasefire unless fired upon. In St. Peter's Square in Rome, the Pope today asked for prayer for the Palestinians. Prayer, he said, that their suffering may end and their rights be recognized. And the Pope asked the entire church to pray for Lebanon, saying the tragedy oppressing it should be prayed for. In Moscow, Pravda, the party newspaper today, said President Reagan had used Secretary of State Alexander Haig as a scapegoat for the failure of the Reagan government. Before today, Haig himself had been the object of bitter criticism by the Soviets. As the United States today prepares to watch the launch of the space shuttle, the Soviets are watching their own latest spaceship. It was launched last Thursday. It is the Soyuz T-6 set off from central Russia for a rendezvous with the Soviet space station that's been in orbit for more than a month. On board the Soyuz T-6, 2 Soviet cosmonauts and the first non-American Westerner to fly in space, Frenchman Jean-Luc Chrétien. Chrétien was the first one to come out today as the Soyuz docked Friday night with the space station. The cosmonauts reported that everything went smoothly. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you very much, John Hart in New York. And we've just heard once again here at the Kennedy Space Center that all is going satisfactorily, as they're putting it, in an understatement, toward an 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time launch this morning of Space Shuttle 4, the last in the test flight series of the Space Transportation System. We'll be back with more from the Kennedy Space Center after this.
Some people, the words laser beams conjure up images of distant galaxies in outer space. But Xerox scientists saw the laser as a ray of hope for increasing productivity and introduced it into the office. Today, Xerox lasers help make Xerox electronic printers the most advanced information output systems available. They take information from computers and word processors and print it out at incredible speeds. Other Xerox scientists are using laser and electronic technology to develop data entry machines that help computers speed read. They actually translate printed words into computer language 12 times faster than manual methods. While still other Xerox scientists are using laser and optical technologies to bring back images from spaceships like Voyagers 1 and 2. Xerox technology. It's helping increase productivity in offices all over the world and beyond.
Darn, my sink trap's clogged.
Do you know what's clogging it?
Who knows what's down there? Grease, food, hair.
Better use Crystal Drano, the all-purpose drain opener.
Isn't liquid plumber's all-purpose?
No, it may not work on tough grease clogs.
Well, Drano?
Yes, Drano works on grease and food and hair.
Wow, I never know what the clog is, so I use all-purpose Drano.
Drano, the all-purpose drain opener.
By the end of this year, the Bell System American Orchestra on Tour program will have taken 30 major symphony orchestras to over 280 cities across the United States. It's Bell's way of helping orchestras reach places and people they might not have reached before. Since the Bell System cares about music, it's only natural that we give orchestras a hand.
I'm Tom Brokaw back at the Kennedy Space Center, where we are awaiting the launch this morning of Space Shuttle 4, which will be carrying, among other things, a classified military test payload. We'll be talking more about that later in the program. I want to introduce to you now our resident expert on all this, an astronaut from the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, a man who's looking forward to his own ride in the Space Transportation System next spring. This is Navy Captain Rick Houck. Rick, nice to have you with us.
Thank you. I appreciate NBC letting me come down to see my first launch. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Isn't that something? As a matter of fact, most of us in this room have seen more than you have. You haven't seen any of these go off the pad.
Right.
You can tell he's the military man, by the way, because he'll be wearing the tie during the course of this program. Rick, you're going to be going up in a new orbiter, the Challenger, which is still another airplane that NASA is bringing online, so to speak.
That's right. That's number 2, and we'll be flying the second flight on Challenger in April of next year.
Any hesitation in your mind about going? We were talking a lot about going up in a used spacecraft before, now you get the new one.
Well, not at all. As a matter of fact, this is the one that's been used for doing a lot of structural tests out at Palmdale, and we're sure it's in good shape.
You'll have another unique aspect on your ride as well. There will be the first woman astronaut going along, Sally Ride.
Sally Ride, a professional person.
And she'll be operating the arm, will she? And
She'll be doing that
payload stuff?
That's correct. And she'll also be our flight engineer. She'll be sitting in between Bob Crippen and myself for both launch and re-entry, making sure we do the right things.
Okay. Well, it's nice to have you with us today. We're going to show now our audience a report on the Challenger, which, as I say, is the second of the orbiters to come along. And Meredith Lewis has been taking a look at the construction of it as it comes online. Here's that report.
Air Force Plant number 42 in Palmdale, California. Beneath the platforms and scaffolding is the newest space shuttle, the Challenger. Challenger will fly next January while the Columbia gets an overhaul. Challenger and Columbia look exactly alike, but there are some differences. Challenger is lighter, stronger, and more roomy than Columbia. It will carry 4 people and a larger payload.
Another difference, the Columbia has a modern ejection seat system to provide the crew with an emergency getaway. But the Challenger will not carry ejection seats for several reasons. Primarily taking the seats out leaves more space. And NASA points out that the Columbia flights have been so safe that it's like not carrying passengers on a modern jetliner.
A satellite will be the only cargo on Challenger's first flight. The satellite will be used by NASA for communications with future space shuttle missions. This same satellite will be shared by commercial users. On Wednesday, while Columbia is still in orbit, the Challenger is scheduled to roll out of the hangar for the piggyback delivery to Cape Kennedy. Meredith Lewis, NBC News, Palmdale, California.
So the Challenger is coming onto the line now, and of course this space program, the Space Shuttle system, is still a very popular success in this country, according to all recent polls. But recently a Congressional Advisory Committee raised some questions about our civilian space program in this country. 2 weeks ago, the Congressional Office of Technology released this very thick 391-page report, and the bottom line is that American leadership in non-military space technology is seriously threatened because the government simply has not very well-defined long-range goals. Even the commercial promise of this shuttle has been dimmed somewhat by competition in the world. Launchings will be less frequent than planned originally by NASA, now estimated at 300 flights through 1992 instead of 500 according to the original blueprint, and they will cost more, perhaps twice as much as they were originally estimated to cost. NASA has now contracts to put up 62 domestic and 50 foreign telecommunication satellites, but it is getting stiff competition from something called Ariane Space. Now, that's a commercial space company developed by the 11-nation European Space Agency, but mostly it is controlled by France. We want to show you some of their advertising as well. It's been advertising in magazines like this, on Aviation Week and Space Technology. It already has 3 American companies, General Telephone, Southern Pacific Communications, and Western Union. Ariane Space uses an expendable rocket system. It will charge $28 million for each launch. NASA originally figured it would be easy to beat that figure, that it would share cargo space with several customers. Originally, the NASA price was about $31 million for a full shuttle ride, but inflation probably will push that up to $40 million by 1983, and we're now told as much as $71 million in late 1985. Well, to talk about all of those figures and the future of the space program is Congressman Ronnie Flippo, a Democrat from Alabama, with us now. He's chairman of the House Space Science and Application Subcommittee. Congressman, let me ask you, do you think that we do have enough definition going into this space transportation system?
Yes, I think so. Our problem, as you mentioned, about not getting enough other types of civilian programs is a matter of money. We're really losing our leadership in communications and remote sensing in a lot of civilian programs. but it's a matter of money.
But there's been a fair amount of commercial skepticism about the practicality of this.
Well, there has been, but I think these demonstrations are proving that that skepticism is poorly placed, that the shuttle is doing a great job, and as we get more routine, we can get the cost down.
All right, but the fact is that we're now twice as much as the European space agency.
Well, I think you have to say many people feel the Europeans are subsidizing the cost of their operations there, and if that is the truth, then there's no way they can always cut the price if that's the deal. But the shuttle has many unique capabilities, such as the ability to repair in space and retrieve, so that future satellites can be designed for more stay time in orbit and repair, make them reusable as well.
One company in New Jersey wants to buy one of these orbiters. It wants to be the owner of a Columbia or a Challenger or whatever, and then have NASA as a contractor put it up for it. Is that a good idea?
Well, I'm not sure. It's worth investigating. I do think that we have to move the shuttle to the private sector, and we have to involve more private sector funding in the space program, because we're at a stage now where we need large dollars and we need the management that comes from the private sector.
You're from Alabama, which has a lot of space-related employment going on down there, so I suspect you don't hear from your constituents very much about the cost of this program.
Yes, Alabama is very proud to be participating in the program. The cost of the program is showing great growth in communications, and to the extent that we have dynamic economy today is because of the investments that we made a few years ago in science and technology.
But do you think that as we continue to spend more money on, say, military payloads, and as that becomes more visible, that the country in a recession, we're going to say, hey, wait a minute, this is just not cost effective?
I think the people want to use the technology developed by Shuttle for national defense purposes if that's necessary. What we don't want to happen, we don't want to squeeze out civilian programs by using money appropriated for civilian purposes for primary military payloads. That's the problem. I don't think anyone objects to using it, but we do object to not being able to go forward with communications and remote sensing and materials processing and kind of programs that we really need in the private sector and the civilian sector.
Right. Thank you very much, Congressman Flippo, for being with us today.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, look forward to it. The situation is looking very good here. The weather, we just had a report on that from Hugh Harris, and he says it's looking just fine. Visibility is good, and of course, that's important in case they have to do an immediate abort and come back here and land on that 3-mile-long runway at the Kennedy Space Center. We're now officially at 24 minutes and 12 seconds and counting very well. There you can see the orbiter on the launch pad with the brown external tank and the 2 solid rocket boosters. 10-minute hold, still planned. Things are looking good, and we'll be back with more from the Kennedy Space Center right after this.
NBC News coverage of the launch of Space Shuttle 4 will continue in a moment.
For over 30 years, this recording star's incredible voice has reached into our hearts like no other singer in America.
It's just my funny way of laughing, yes, my funny way of laughing.
And now we proudly offer the most beautiful recordings ever made by Burl Ives. Yes, here is all the special magic of Burl Ives in one exclusive collection.
Early shell from the ocean, shining in the sun, covering the shore, red sails in the
Through the years, these are the songs that I hope they get used to.
I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. It's good to touch the green, green grass.
And you also get Burl Ives' famous hit,
A little bit of tear let me down, spoil my act as a clown.
You will love the special magic of Burl Ives. The giant record treasury is only $7.98. Complete tape collection is only $9.98. Not sold in any store. Order yours now.
Mail $7.98 for album, $9.98 for 8-track tape or cassette. Burl Ives, Box 65, Rockford, Illinois 61105. You must play this album more and enjoy it more than any you own or money back. The offer will end with no advance, so don't delay. Write your address down now. Mail 798 for album, 998 for 8-track tape or cassette to Burl Ives. Box 65, Rockford, Illinois, 61105. That's Burl Ives. Box 65, Rockford, Illinois, 61105.
We're back from the Kennedy Space Center, where all continues to go well for the launch of Space Shuttle 4. That will go off the pad if everything continues this way at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time this morning. They're now at T-minus 21 minutes and counting. They've just transferred the computer load from the primary to the backup. Do I have that in the right sequence? Backup computers, and that is apparently going all right. We've had some troubles with the computers in previous flights, as you well know. There's a 10-minute hold scheduled at 20 minutes. So we'll be in a hold pattern, and then we'll have one more 10-minute hold. So everything continues to go well. Astronauts T.K. Mattingly, as he's known to his colleagues at the Johnson Space Center, Thomas Kenneth Mattingly, and Henry Hartsfield are in the Columbia orbiter, and they're ready for a 7-day flight, 113 orbits. There's other news in the world this morning, of course, today as well. Let's go to Philadelphia, where we have standing by there Ken Bodie, who's been covering this midterm conference of the Democratic Party. Ken, how are you?
Morning, Tom. How are you?
Good.
We've got about a 10-minute hold here in Philadelphia as well. The last Democrats' third midterm conference. By all odds, it's the most peaceful midterm conference they've ever had, and that's been the goal of Democratic Chairman Chuck Manette for the last year, and he's been successful. Today, the big item on the agenda is Ted Kennedy's speech. You can see the podium behind me here. You'll see that Ted Kennedy has a teleprompter up there. He's the only Democratic candidate of the 7 here who have spoken to these delegates who has used a teleprompter. He's taking the speech very seriously this morning.
Ken, let me ask you a question. They were very determined in Philadelphia, of course, not to have any of the internal feuding that often is characteristic of a Democratic gathering of any kind. But I gather that they were having some trouble with the resolution about what is going on in the Middle East.
Well, they had a little bit of misunderstanding and confusion over the resolution. It's a resolution that basically says the United States and the world now has an opportunity in Lebanon, and it sailed quite nicely through once they decided they were going to admit it very seriously.
I'm not going to ask you to handicap all those presidential candidates who are wandering around Philadelphia with their enormous staffs talking about the possibility that they may run and being disingenuous about their ambitions. But can you tell us whether one kind of emerged over the other, or did they all do relatively well, no damage?
A couple of interesting things in that respect. Mondale is very clearly the best organizer of this next race of anybody. He's got over 100 people here, and they're everywhere. Mondale also has one of the early, you'll be interested in this, Tom, the earliest buttons of the year, Mondale's button. Ruben Askew's got a button, so we'll get a couple for your collection down here, Tom. Okay. John Glenn really seems to be emerging as sort of a Democratic Eisenhower. He can't cross a street in Philadelphia without being mobbed by people who are interested in John Glenn, the spaceman. And, you know, he's a politician who's a genuine American hero with no rough political edges, and I think that's going to be his biggest asset here. Kennedy is tying himself very definitely to the nuclear freeze movement. He's got all these signs throughout the audience, and tonight when you see Nightly News, you'll see these signs waved while Kennedy gives his speech. Apart from that, obviously, it's too early to handicap him, though it'd be nice to sit down at desk sometime.
Okay, and what kind of reaction have you been getting there to the resignation of Secretary Haig?
Very confused reaction. It seems odd to me that 18 months ago it would have been amazing to find any Democrat who would have been disappointed at Alexander Haig's departure. And yet even Paul Tsongas, Senator Tsongas, who refused to vote for Haig's confirmation, yesterday was saying that America is in a confused and dispirited period of foreign policy precisely because Haig is gone, and now the hardliners have full control of the administration. So these Democrats are shocked, and I don't think they've sorted out exactly what's happened yet.
All right, thanks, Ken Bodie in Philadelphia, covering the midterm conference of the Democrats, and all is going according to the plan of Democratic National Chairman Chuck Manette. That is, no bickering, no feuding. I'm not sure that they're Democrats, if that's what the situation is in Philadelphia today. We have with us here at the NBC Control Center at the Kennedy Space Center what turned out to be a kind of space groupie, Carol Burnett.
You got it.
Is that a fair way of putting it?
I should say so. I've never been called a groupie before, but if it comes to space, yes, I am.
You're all dried out from your well-soaked role in Annie, and you're down here because you told Barbara Walters recently that you'd like to be an astronaut.
Is that the wildest? I put my big mouth on television, and look what happened. I got a call from NASA the very next day, and it wasn't to be an astronaut, but it's the next best thing to come down here and see the launching, and here I am. What
makes it so appealing to you? What intrigues you about the space program?
I think ever since I can remember, when I started reading or just looking up into the skies as a little girl, I wanted to go out there. I wanted to know what it was like. I wanted to be there. And I was interested in astronomy as a child, and things change, you know, and I went about doing my own thing. Of course, then it wasn't too encouraging for a little girl to do any of these things, and so, of course, it never happened. But I just had this thrill a few minutes ago of meeting Sally Wright, who's going to be going up.
Going up with Rick,
right, with Rick, April 20th, I believe.
6 a.m.
Yes, I tell you, I couldn't stop touching her. I was so excited to meet someone like that, you know. Gosh, a woman, finally. I think
fellow Californian at that.
Yes, well, Texas for me, then California, now Hawaii.
Yeah, that's very nice. Let me ask you, have you ever been nervous about flying yourself?
Yes, I used to get, yes, I went through that period where I would be nervous to get mail on a letter, you know, and then I got over it because I fly quite a bit now since we live in Hawaii, and I get Cessna lag just from going, you know, inter-island, and I'm not frightened of it at all now. In fact, I'm planning on taking flying lessons starting in September when I go back home to Maui.
And you honestly think that maybe someday you will get to go up as a passenger?
If they will allow that, I want to sign my name. Yes, if they would let me go up today, I would do it.
You'd go right up there and strap in?
You bet. I might need a jumpsuit and a helmet or something, but you guys do that, right?
Well, we have a few laying around.
I do it. Hey, man, any stowaway? I'm ready. I would do it, yes.
Okay. Carol Burnett, who went from being interested in the stars to being a very big star herself, here for the launch. And my guess is, Carol, that as much as you're ready for it, it will be even grand anticipated because it just blows away everybody who comes down.
I know. It's a thrill to be here, and God bless everybody.
Yeah. Nice to see you again.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay. Everything is going well. We're at the hold period now. We've got a 10-minute hold at 20 minutes on the NASA countdown clock. That means that they'll be making some prearranged checks, making sure that everything is in good order. The astronauts are up there going through their flight manual, making sure that all is well in the cockpit, too. You can see it out there on the launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center. That's the big external tank in the background. Now brown, originally white, but they decided not to paint it because they could save money and about 600 pounds of liftoff by leaving it in its natural state. Those two solid rocket boosters on the side there, which get it right off the pad, they're later recovered, although these are still the new ones. They haven't started recycling those yet. We'll be back with more from the Kennedy Space Center right after.
We asked Kathy Edge if she thought her denture cleanser could clean away cherry stain.
Probably could.
What about a stain of cherry and tea?
I don't think it would do a job on that.
Or a triple stain of cherry, tea, and tobacco?
I'd say definitely not.
Then watch Extra Strength Efferdent go to work on a triple stain of cherry, tea, and tobacco with Efferdent's powerful blue action formula.
It's whiter than I could ever imagine. Sparkling clean in between. I'm going to use Efferdent.
Extra Strength Efferdent removes even stubborn stains between teeth.
Are you a saltaholic? Do you think everything needs salt? Then you're a saltaholic. Like most Americans, you eat more than 3 times the salt your body needs. Now, with no salt, you can have the flavor of salt without salt. No salt is good, and there's no salt in no salt. You can shake no salt, cook with no salt, and shake the salt habit.
An Old Spice man always gets a warm welcome wherever he lands. Because Old Spice is the clean, fresh, masculine scent so many women love. So if you love only one woman, you'll love Old Spice. The man scent so many women love.
I hate to paint. So, I just put one strong finish on my house. Olympic Overcoat Flat. Guess what? Now there's new overcoat satin, too. Same strong finish in a soft satin gloss. Great for doors, trim, even siding. Maybe next time I'll use this new overcoat satin. But not for quite a while.
Olympic paints and stains. One strong finish after another. Now save $4 per gallon at participating Olympic dealers.
Hi, we're back at the Kennedy Space Center. As you can see, we're in a 10-minute hold with the countdown clock now showing 20 minutes and holding. It's a prearranged 10-minute hold as they go through a number of their pre-flight procedures. The Columbia orbiter with its back to you, so to speak. We'll be talking more about some of the goals of this particular mission. It is the last in the test flight series. This is the 4th now, and it'll become operational this fall in November with the STS-5. The crowds for this launch are not as great as they have been for some previous launches. It's, for one thing, it is the 4th, after all, liftoff of a space shuttle, the same one, the Columbia orbiter. Also pretty warm and pretty humid down here at this time of the year for it, although still quite spectacular from a weather point of view. Visibility very good right now. One camper owned by a man, or rather, I am afraid, borrowed by a man from Michigan, a tourist, came down here and had a little trouble. An electrical fire wiped out everything that he had, but he's going to stay around and watch the launch nonetheless. We have Ike Siemens standing by, keeping track of the crowds as they line the beach causeways and the highways of the Cape Canaveral area. Here's Ike.
To see a space shuttle launch, they come in tour buses. They come in campers, private cars, a cruise ship, and some, like Lee McRae and his son from Mount Carmel, Illinois, rode a motorcycle almost 1,000 miles to get here.
Someday my son and maybe his boys, somebody else may be living in space. I don't know. So we come down to see what it's all about.
When you're a hardcore space junkie, knowing how to kill time is important. Some claim private viewing spots days in advance. Music and dancing. There must be music and dancing. Lunchtime is party time here. And eating, right out there in the open. And not just snacks either, but Mom's home cooking on the causeway, in the middle of the night. There's a little something for everybody, too.
The mosquitoes are bad.
Yes, they are.
Mosquitoes have to eat. Launch watchers are awfully tasty this time of the year. By first, serious space watchers were in place and getting ready. Well, most of them were getting ready. As many as 1 billion people to watch the 4th test flight of the space shuttle. Most know Columbia will orbit the Earth for 7 days and will land on the 8th day. 7-year-old Karen Conterman thinks she knows where.
Where's it going to land? On the moon.
Where'd you get that information?
My daddy told me.
What does he do?
He works at Kennedy Space Center.
And finally, there's this crowd. Hundreds of photographers who will take thousands of pictures that you'll be seeing all day, all night, and maybe forever. Ike Siemens, NBC News, at the Kennedy Space Center.
All right, the clock has resumed counting once again. We have emerged from the 10-minute hold with one minor asterisk, so to speak. I know they're concerned about a little bit, and that is the temperature on a steam vet on some water heaters on board. They don't think that it's large enough to cause any difficulty with the arranged launch time of 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time this morning. You can see the clock is still going. In fact, the commander of this Space Shuttle 4, the Columbia orbiter, that is astronaut T.K. Mattingly, Thomas Kennedy, he is known, has been told that they have to go for a launch. Rick Houck is with me now. I gather everything is going along well. They're just a little concerned about some spiking in the temperature.
Yeah, I think they saw a temperature go maybe slightly out of limits, and they've evaluated that that's not a problem. So I don't anticipate that causing any problem. They've just dumped the computer, the primary computer, to do an on-the-ground check to make sure all the 1s and 0s inside it are proper, and after they get that check, they've got to go for the flight computers.
Okay, well, it does sound very good. The orbiter last night took a real hard hit from a hailstorm, by the way, and we talked about that earlier today. The tiles were damaged, and they had to go out there and, much as you might patch up your bathroom wall, they spelled them back in place. They might have done a better job than you and I would do, or at least certainly than I would do in those circumstances. But everything looks pretty good, and it took a lot of rainwater because they don't have a garage that they can move this into on short notice, as you might expect. We'll be watching that temperature on the steam vent, but as of now, it does not seem that it will turn into a major problem of any kind. There is on board the Columbia orbiter, Space Shuttle 4, something called OD-82-1, military payload. It's a testing of some sensors. We'll talk about that even though it's classified in just a few moments. We have Bob Bazell standing by outside now, and he's going to give us a review of the early morning activities of these two astronauts, T.K. Mattingly and Henry Hartsfield. Robert?
Tom, good morning. The temperature out here has a little glitch in it. I'm getting a wonderful suntan standing around waiting for this space shuttle launch. In fact, that seems to be the most dramatic thing going on around here is a lot of people getting suntans. The countdown has been right on schedule ever since it began 4 days ago, and the astronauts' preparations this morning went just like they were supposed to. Navy Captain Thomas Mattingly, the commander of the 4th shuttle flight, and pilot Henry Hartsfield, a former Navy man, were awakened right on schedule at 6:10 this morning. After breakfast, put on their spacesuits, assisted by Joe Schmidt, the right-hand corner, who is retiring today after helping astronauts get ready since the first manned spaceflight here in 1961. After that, the traditional greetings from NASA workers, and then the ride out to the launch pad. As they prepared to enter the hatch, the astronauts found a sign on the wall saying, "Go War Eagles." The War Eagle is the mascot of Auburn University, alma mater for both Mattingly and Hartsfield. After the two men strapped themselves in, flight controllers had nothing but good news.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to you. I think we have a beautiful morning for you this morning.
And it certainly, Tom, it certainly does look a beautiful morning out here. The astronauts are now in the capsule talking to the flight controllers. That temperature problem doesn't seem to be causing any major concern, and it looks like they're going to go off on time at 11 a.m. Tom?
All right. Thank you, Robert Bazell. By the way, the services always interest me in this kind of a situation. We have Hartsfield, who's a former Air Force colonel, and the elder of two, and comes from what branch?
He's from the Navy, and he's still active duty.
That's why I wanted our Navy captain here to get on a little.
Matter of fact, he's our senior naval officer in the astronaut office now.
And you were saying a few moments ago he's one of the hardest workers you've ever seen anywhere.
I tell you what, if everyone in this world put in the hours that TK did, we'd have productivity like you couldn't believe.
Okay. We'll have more productivity here from the Kennedy Space Center right after this.
NBC News coverage of the launch of Space Shuttle 4 will continue in a moment.
Quality House announces the grand opening of their third store at 5643 East State. They're celebrating in all three stores with 30% savings on all furniture. All lamps two for the price of one. And reduced prices on all appliances like this 25-inch diagonal remote control for just $599.95. Quality House's grand opening celebration also features a drawing for up to an additional 10% discount on already low-priced merchandise. And a drawing for a free color portable TV. No purchase necessary. Stop in today. Quality House will not be undersold.
There's a new idea in real estate. Companies can take care of all your real estate needs under one roof. Enterprises will buy your home if you need to sell in a hurry. Diversified Realtors can help you sell or buy a home. They offer complete financing services under one roof. Equity will provide first and second mortgage money or make direct cash loans, VA and FHA financing available. Park Companies, 1026 East Riverside Boulevard in Loves Park. When they do a job, they do it the old-fashioned way, by working hard for you.
Bergner Wisey corporate offices are relocating in Peoria. In assisting in the sale of homes of transferring employees, Bergner Wisey is offering a $2,000 to $4,000 paid-up merchandise account. These homes offer special financing. 3-bedroom L ranch on gorgeous Treat Acre, family room, place, formal dining, 2 baths, plus beautiful large deck overlooking woods, just $84.9. A paid-up Bergner Wisey merchandise account accompanies this home. Call Whitehead Realtors, Better Homes and Gardens for a private showing or open house information.
It's happening now at Knight's Armor. That's right, Knight's Armor summer stock, one-half price sale. The best part is this will apply to all men and boys departments. Buy any Hart, Schaffner, and Marks or Cricketeer suit in stock. And get the second suit half price. Buy any sport coat. Buy the second for half price. Buy any famous Dane shirt. And get the second for half price. In fact, shop any men and boys department. Buy any item. And pick any item of equal or lesser value for half price. This sale for a limited time only. At Knight's Armor, Hike Crest Center.
We're back from the Kennedy Space Center, where all continues to go satisfactorily, right on schedule for the launch of Space Shuttle 4 at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time this morning. With me is a member of the Astronaut Corps, Navy Captain Rick Houck, who will be going up in April of 1983 in the 7th flight of the Spatial Series, and he'll be going up in the new one, the Challenger. But we want to talk just for a moment here about what will be going on during this test flight. We'll be talking more about what's inside the payload later on. But they're going to be doing some more thermal testing this time, right?
That's right. The intent is to expose the space shuttle to the most severe environment, temperature-wise, that they can early in the program, because we've got a lot of sensors that are around inside. happy for the rest of the missions.
All right, we're going to show you NBC's Special Effects Department here at the Kennedy Space Center. At great expense, we have arranged for a sun to come in right on cue here. The sun, there it is,
Golly,
you
there
see?
it is.
How about that? And what we're going to do is show you the relationship of the Columbia orbiter to the sun. They're going to fly tail to sun for what? The long
66 hours.
And what they want to make sure that the payload bay doors can still close.
That's right, because you differential heating across from the tail to the front, and there may be some expansion or warpage and so on. So that's about as severe an environment to have.
And then they have what they call the barbecue.
And that just sort of rotates like this, and well, dumps payload out. There you go, and gives it a even heating all around. So.
We expect, by the way, that the payload will be bolted in to the actual Columbia orbiter, even if it isn't here. We got some super good.
That's if I don't push the wrong switch.
That's right. Captain Houck will have his hand in the controls next year. We'll all be watching him very carefully. Let's go to Houston, where Roy Neal is standing by, and he has a more detailed report now on some of the other goals of this particular mission. Roy?
Light touch.
That was all right.
Flight controllers here in Houston say this is the last shuttle flight in which the spaceship is more important than cargo. So there's priorities, goals if you will, like this. The Columbia will be checked out thoroughly. One end will be baked, the other frozen by turning it tail to the sun for several days. When it comes in for a landing, automatic systems will do most of the work, and NASA hopes to find a crosswind blowing across the desert at Edwards Air Force Base. There will be a prototype space factory in the cabin, which the astronauts hope to operate blood chemicals hundreds of times better in weightless space. And a getaway special in a canister. 9 experiments from students at Utah State University, paid for and donated by a local businessman. There's also a military cargo, Defense Department Experiment 82-1 in the payload bay, but it's classified. Mattingly and Hartsfield have orders not to show it on television or talk about it. With me here in Houston this morning is another of the astronauts, Steve Nagel. Steve's been following the countdown this morning, and Steve, a moment ago I was mentioning priorities of payload versus spaceship. Can you elaborate just a tad on that?
Yes, I can, Roy. In the first 4 missions, the priority is the testing of the orbiter itself, and the payloads are secondary, riding along in more or less a piggyback fashion. After this 4th flight, then we will declare the shuttle be operational, in which the payloads will then have priority, even though some testing of the orbiter will continue.
If something even here at the last minute were to go wrong with one of those payload items aboard the spacecraft, as they just did with Tom Brokaw, if something were to go wrong, though, would they hold up the launch?
My assumption is that they would not. They would continue with the mission, the priorities being the testing of Space Shuttle and the orbiter.
You were a capsule communicator talking from mission control to the spacecraft on the last flight. What would you be looking for right now if you were in mission control?
Well, I was an entry Capcom, so we did a monitoring shift, all-night shift pre-launch, then handed over to the ascent team. Right now, the ascent Capcom and the ascent team are monitoring the systems very closely and ready for that point where they take over control of the mission right after tower clear.
And keeping an ear and an eye on that small temperature spike.
Yeah.
Well, we'll keep an eye on things here, Tom, as you are there at the Cape, sun and all.
All right, thank you very much, Roy Neal. We are now in the scheduled 10-minute hold. The countdown clock holding. It's still scheduled to lift off at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time this morning. It does continue right on schedule. During the course of this flight, we'll be talking a lot about the military payload. This one is called DOD 82-, and although the military rather belatedly have classified it top secret, so they couldn't discuss it at all, there's been so much congressional testimony about it and discussion of it in technical magazines that we all know that it's something to do with an infrared radiance instrumentation of some of the packages on board, because later on they'll want to have some military satellites and so on that can pick up weapons as they move across the planet Earth. So this one is CIRRUS is the official nickname. It's the Cryogenic Infrared Radiance Instrument. But as I say, the Department of Defense can't talk about that. 1/3 of the 40 flights until 1985 will be carrying military packages of one kind or another. And then later on in 1984, the military will launch its own space shuttle transportation systems from Vandenberg out in California. Dick Mariani has been looking into the whole military aspect of this and some of the controversy that it has generated for the space program. Here is his report.
Recent congressional hearings focused on a growing concern about the space shuttle. Concern that a program funded almost entirely through the civilian budget of NASA may be overwhelmed by military projects. General agreed that the Pentagon support was instrumental in getting the shuttle off the ground. But critics of the military's growing role were not reassured by a statement made this week by the Air Force Chief of Staff, General Lew Allen.
We already depend very, very heavily on space systems and their capabilities for a number of aspects of warfare, including those aspects preceding warfare, such as warning. And that I can see no prospect but that will increase.
It's likely the controversy will increase as well, as indicated by Congressman Harold Hollenbeck, a ranking Republican on the House subcommittee which oversees the space program.
The question of the day may be then whether we use the shuttle for peace or for war. Now that the shuttle works, the military has climbed aboard the bandwagon. The gauntlet is down, and the battle will be to save the civilian agency that brought us to the moon and beyond. I promise you that there are fights ahead, and unless we are vigilant, the civilian space program could be swallowed up a giant whale called the Pentagon.
A man who has been to the moon and who is now in the Senate sees a different battle shaping up. A battle to make the Pentagon at least pay its own way.
If you just perform an objective analysis using the numbers provided by NASA and agreed to by the Department of Defense, you find that over the next several years, the NASA budget will literally subsidize defense launches. Now, a little bit of subsidy is probably okay in order to even out the yearly fluctuations in the prices, knowing that that subsidy will be recovered in later years. But the degree to which the NASA budget subsidizes the defense budget is extreme.
So your basic point is that the Department of Defense is not paying its fair share and should.
There is no commitment on the part of the military at this point to pay their fair share of the operational cost of the space shuttle. And that is the current battle.
NASA officials point out that most of the shuttle's military missions will deal with such routine functions as satellite surveillance, weather, and communications. But members of Congress are worried that the shuttle will eventually be used to launch this country into a military competition with the Russians in space. Richard Valeriani, NBC News, at the Pentagon.
Here, of course, at the Kennedy Space Center, the Shuttle 4 is getting a lot of attention because of the military payload that it is carrying, the first in the Shuttle series, and there will be a good many more before this series ends. We'll be back with more from the Kennedy Space Center right after this.
This year, the Bell System American Orchestras on Tour program will have taken 30 major symphony orchestras to over 280 cities across the United States. It's Bell's way of helping orchestras reach places and people they might not have reached before. Since the Bell System cares about music, it's only natural that we give a hand.
Nick, I need help.
Sure.
What can I do to clean my bathroom?
Fantastic.
That's my kitchen cleaner. What about my bath?
Look, as fast and easy as Fantastic cleans your kitchen, it'll clean your bath.
Nick's right. Fantastic. It's right. Grease, dirt, and soap scum. My whole bathroom sparkles. Nick, Fantastic is super in the bathroom.
Fantastic. Does for your kitchen, it'll do for your bath.
Introducing another first from Atari. It's not a new game program or a home computer program. It's a new service program, Atari Service. Only Atari backs up its video games and home computers with a nationwide system of more than 700 factory-authorized Atari service centers. Call toll-free 800-538-8543 to find the Atari Service Center nearest you. Atari Service. Service that's as good as Atari.
3 boxes of Arm & Hammer baking soda? Yes, beat that summer heat. Box 1 is for my bath.
Arm & Hammer baking soda in my bath leaves me feeling smooth and silky. Pure softness without an oily feeling.
Box 2 is for my freezer, so ice cream in my cubes won't taste funny. Box 3 deodorizes my refrigerator. With melons and potato salad, I need it.
Look, 3 boxes, Louise.
You devil, Harry.
Saves money, too.
Back at the Kennedy Space Center now, I'm Tom Brokaw here with Navy Captain Rick Houck, who is a member of the Astronaut Corps. We've been listening to some of the communication. We have about 2 minutes left 10-minute hold that is planned before the scheduled liftoff at 11 a.m. this morning. We just heard the possibility of some trouble. They've got a little difficulty with fuel cell number 1, and they want to make sure that that's all in order before they come on.
Out of limits, and we haven't heard any more about that to expand on that, though.
All right, so we'll watch, and if this hold stays longer than the scheduled 9 minutes, they may be working on that a while, but they've always been pretty good about telling us what to expect here. Let's talk for a moment about the astronauts. This is an all-Auburn team.
Right.
T.K. Mattingly, class of 58, as I recall, and Henry Hartsfield, class of 56 at Auburn University, a couple of engineering students. Two guys from Alabama who get along pretty well.
Right, both ROTC students, by the way, both in that manner. Right now, they're laying back. They're probably more comfortable than you and I are, Tom, because they're laying back on their backs in the seats and have their air-conditioned suits on, getting a good breath of fresh air. So they're just waiting right now. There's nothing they have.
Have they completed most of their checklist at this point?
Yes, they have. One of the major things they'll do when we come out of this hold is at T-minus 5 minutes, they'll start the APUs.
Okay. Among other things, Hartsfield may have to take a little medication because they've been having some trouble with motion sickness on these flights. Let's take a look at these two astronauts, Thomas Ken Mattingly and Henry Hartsfield, and the lives that they have led getting to this very dramatic point. Astronaut Mattingly hopes that someday the people who run the space program will send a poet aboard the shuttle so he or she can come back and describe just how beautiful the whole thing is. Meanwhile, Mattingly has his own things. He says,
Space shuttle is a freeway going into the future.
Astronaut Hank Hartsfield's observations, on the other hand, are more down to earth.
I'm ready.
Mattingly and Hartsfield, a study in contrast. To begin with, Mattingly, while younger, is more experienced. He's been an astronaut since 1966. He's been to the moon and back toward Apollo 16, and he's had just one major career disappointment. He was scrubbed from the Apollo 13 mission 3 days before the launch because he'd been exposed to German measles. That's an experience he's not forgotten.
That's for Ken Mattingly. Do any of you friends have German measles these days?
No.
Hartsfield has been an astronaut since 1969. Before that, he was with the Manned Orbiting Laboratory Program, which was then canceled. This will be his first space flight, and while waiting, his hair has turned gray, literally.
I have to admit that there were several low points. The lowest probably was when the MO program canceled, and then everything got bright again. I came down here, and then it was very obvious in the early 70s that with the curtailment power program and cut back in Skylab, things were going downhill again. And it was very easy to see that there were not going to be any flight opportunities in the very near future. And this was depressing, I'll be honest with you. It began to look like things were just a little too far away from me. But I couldn't think of anything else, though, that I would rather do.
It turns out these two astronauts went to the same university, Auburn, although not at the same time. Hartsfield, class of 1954. Mattingly is class of 1958. According to one of the professors, Mattingly was a real go-getter. In his senior year, he was president of the student government. One of Hartsfield's professors remembers him as a good, capable student and easygoing.
I had a good time when I was a student.
And his partner thinks they'll have a good time in space.
Because space flight is exhilarating is the only word I can think of to describe the feeling.
A poet might say it more poetically, but then again, a poet might be just as awed by spaceflight as an astronaut. We may have an answer to all of that by the 21st century. We're back and we're counting at 7 minutes and 52 seconds, as you can see, to the scheduled launch. That is the real-time countdown right now. Still scheduled for 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time this morning. All procedures are operating as they are expected to, so far as we know. We think that we will have an on-time liftoff here from the Kennedy Space Center. We'll be back with more from the Kennedy Space Center, including the launch, right after this.
NBC News coverage of the launch of Space Shuttle 4 will continue in a moment.
If you need a truck, Dodge City Toyota is the place to shop. We carry a complete line of Toyota gas and diesel pickup trucks. Toyota cab and chassis are also available. And we have the largest selection of Toyotas in northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin. But that alone is not enough. People excellent service and parts departments, and the most competitive prices anywhere are just a few good reasons why doing business with us can save you time and money. If you need a truck, see us at Dodge City Toyota.
And now you'll save. Gustafson's 50th inventory sale, our biggest sale of the year, with the lowest prices of the year. Save now on Hot Point washers, dryers, dishwashers, freezers, and microwaves. Hot Point starts as a value, stays as a value. Free Wisconsin Dells vacation book with every purchase. Don't miss Martin Gustafson's 55th inventory sale. Now in progress, Colonial Village and 7th Street.
Feeding a family of 4 can cost a bundle, but not when you take advantage of Kentucky Fried Chicken's money-saving family pack special.
10 pieces of mouth-watering Kentucky Fried Chicken, original recipe or extra crispy. A whole big box of Kentucky Fries, plus the Colonel's fresh, tasty coleslaw.
It's more than enough for family, and you get it all for just $7.99.
It's a great family meal.
A great price. Try it.
Kentucky Fried Chicken, we do chicken right.
You're at Colonial Village at 5 Points. You're only 15 minutes away from that great little carpet store nestled away in the country. The carpet store in Belvedere has just received a truckload of short rolls that are priced to move. Solid color pledges, multicolored cotton loops, all specially priced. Plus, during this sale, the carpet store will give you free padding with your short roll purchase. And as an extra bonus, 25% off their quality installation. Sale price short rolls and 25% off installation, all from the carpet store in Belvedere. Watch for their new store soon.
We're back at the Kennedy Space Center, and we're getting on with it with 5 minutes and 14 seconds now to the scheduled launch of Space Shuttle 4. Captain Rick Houck, a member of the Astronaut Corps, what should we listen for as they lift off?
I think there are 4 calls that the folks ought to listen for. About 10 seconds after launch, they should hear the pilot or the commander call out, roll program. And that's when the orbiter makes that beautiful turn as it heads downrange. And that's sort of communications check. The second one is SRB SEP, solid rocket booster separation. That's about 2 minutes after liftoff, and they can help locate the boosters by that call. Then about a half minute, it's MECO, main engine cutoff. That's when the 3 main engines finally terminate. And then about 30 seconds after that, they'll probably hear a call of TSEP. That's external tank separation, and that means the orbiter's by itself, and it's about to light its 2 ohms engines to go into orbit.
Okay, those are the calls that we'll all be listening for, and I know that folks in Utah will be especially interested in this because there are 9 experiments on board in the Getaway Special from Utah State University, everything from brine shrimp, fruit flies, and how they perform zero-G. What we're going to do right now with 4 minutes and, about 4 minutes approximately to countdown is we're going to turn you over to Hugh Harris, who is the voice of the Kennedy Space Center, and he'll take you through all the final procedures, and then we'll have liftoff, we expect, right on schedule. Although we know in the past, from experience then, that we can be disappointed with less than a minute to go, but we don't expect any problems here today. You can see a lot of activity beginning to be generated now around the Launch Pad 3 here at the Kennedy Space Center. So here once again, Hugh Harris.
The final helium purge of the orbiter's main engines has started to ensure there's no surplus hydrogen or oxygen in the area at the time of ignition. Minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds, and counting. The elevon, speed brakes, and rudders are moved through a pre-programmed pattern at this point to ensure they're ready to be used during flight. The fuel is now on internal power. However, the fuel cells are still receiving their fuels from ground support equipment for another minute. T-minus 3 minutes, 5 seconds, and counting. The engine movement check is underway. T-minus 3 minutes, and counting. T-minus 2 minutes, 54 seconds. The liquid oxygen valve for filling the external tank and pressurization has begun. After the tank is pressurized, the hold capability is limited to 3 minutes and 36 seconds. T-minus 2 minutes, 40 seconds, and counting. The gaseous oxygen vent arm will be retracted. T-minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds. The fuel cell ground supply of oxygen and hydrogen has been terminated, and the vehicle is now using its onboard supply. The gaseous oxygen vent arm has been retracted. T-minus 2 minutes, 15 seconds, and counting. The main engines have been moved to start position. The astronauts have cleared the caution and memory warnings in their onboard computers and verified there are no unexpected errors. T-minus 2 minutes and counting. The astronauts are configuring the auxiliary power units for liftoff. The liquid hydrogen vent valve has been closed and flight pressurization underway. T-minus 1 minute, 45 seconds. The computer will automatically verify the readiness of the main engines to start at T-minus 1 minute. T-minus 90 seconds and counting. T-minus 1 minute, 20 seconds and counting. The liquid hydrogen tank is at flight pressure. Coming up on the 1 minute point in our countdown.
Coming up on T-minus 1 minute.
T-minus 1 minute and counting. The firing system for the sound suppression water system on the pad is armed. T-minus 45 seconds. We're 14 seconds away from switching command of the countdown from the ground computers to the onboard computers. And the development flight instrumentation recorders are on. T-minus 35 seconds. The gas vent arm is fully retracted, and we're switching control of the countdown to the onboard computers. T-minus 25 seconds. The SRB hydraulic power units have started. T-minus 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. We have main engine ignition. 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have solid motor ignition and liftoff. Liftoff of America's Space Shuttle on its first mission, and we have cleared the tower.
Now controlling mission control confirmed roll move starting. 20 seconds. Good. 6 seconds. Roll maneuver completed. 30 seconds. 1 nautical mile in altitude. Throttling engines down to 65% now as programmed. 36 seconds. Quad board status is good. Mission control. 42 seconds. Columbia now 3 nautical miles in altitude. 46 seconds. Coming up on create maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. 52 seconds. Columbia now 4 nautical miles in altitude. 56 seconds. Pass through max Q. Still looking good. Throttling engines. I'm going to go with throttle up. Mark 1 minute 10 seconds. Columbia now 7 nautical miles in altitude, 4 nautical miles downrange. 1 minute 20 seconds. Columbia now 9 nautical miles in altitude, 6 nautical miles downrange. 1 minute 30 seconds. Columbia now 12 nautical miles in altitude, 9 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading 3,900 feet per second. 1 minute 42 seconds. Coming up now on negative seats where altitude is too high for ejection seat use.
Columbia, Houston, negative seats.
Negative seats. 1 minute 57 seconds. Columbia now 21 nautical miles in altitude, 21 nautical miles downrange. 2 minutes 3 seconds. Standing by for solid rocket boost operation.
There you have the animation as we are showing you what is actually happening in space, although that's our animated picture right now. The big solid rocket boosters are separating. They've done their work. They're there for about 2 minutes. This flight is the best yet in the Space Shuttle test series, right off right on schedule. There you can see the picture. That's real.
You can still see 3 main engines burning there, that little triangle of light. God, that was beautiful.
2 minutes 35 seconds. Columbia
with us. He'd never seen one of these before.
I hope the next one I have to watch it from inside.
Yeah, not too bad. It's April of next year. All right. We're waiting now for, as you can see, the external tank separation in 6 minutes. That's when it's scheduled to happen as they fly downrange over the Atlantic Ocean here.
They're just sitting in there monitoring their systems. Henry in the right seat is probably changing displays on his cathode ray tube, looking at the various systems and just making himself feel good that everything's working good.
Columbia, Houston, you have 2-engine TAL capability.
2-engine TAL, that means that if they were to lose one engine now, they could still make it to Dakar, Senegal.
Okay. Columbia now has landing capability at Dakar Airport should one engine go out. 3 minutes, 20 seconds. Columbia now 44 nautical miles in altitude, 83 nautical miles downrange. The return status check and mission control by Flight Director Tom Holloway. 3 minutes, 35 seconds. Mattingly and Hartsfield given a go to continue. 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Columbia now 48 nautical miles in altitude, 102 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading 7,800 feet per second.
All right. What you see there in that middle box just to the left, that's the time to the external tank separation, 4 minutes and 54 seconds and counting right now. That big brown tank will break away and break up as it goes down over the ocean. We'll be back to see how that's going. We'll be back with more from the Kennedy Space Center right after
4 minutes,
this.
8 seconds. With that call up, Mattingly and Hartsfield committed to space travel. Lincoln.
A lot of typewriters make it easy to produce letter-perfect letters. But what makes a perfect typewriter? If you want one that erases by itself, you can get the correcting Selectric typewriter or the new Xerox 610 memory writer. But if you want one that erases and also remembers to set columns, center, and underline automatically, then you can get their electronic model 50 or the new Xerox memory writer. But if you want one that erases, sets columns, centers, underlines automatically, and also has a memory that stores phrases and paragraphs, then you can get their electronic model 60 or the new Xerox memory writer. But if you want one that erases 2 lines, sets columns, centers, underlines automatically, has about 30% more memory, is upgradable, and costs under $1,360, then you can only get the new 610 memory writer from Xerox.
Roger Staubach for Rolaids.
How do you spell relief? I spell relief R-O-L-A-I-D-S. You're at the fire station, you eat in a hurry, and you eat a lot, and you want to make sure you get your share.
For acid indigestion, R-O-L-A-I-D-S.
Rolaids really does spell relief. Like a sponge, Rolaids antacid medicine consumes 100% of the acid required to give millions 100% relief.
I spell it R-O-L-A-I-D-S.
For millions of Americans, Rolaids spells 100% relief.
Gene Latte After Bath Splash is for people who want to take charge of their life. It makes your body and your mind so fresh, so new. You get the feeling there's nothing you can't do. Between Gene Latte and there's nothing you can't do.
No, I want to do it again.
Gene Latte, hey!
We're back here with our astronaut from the Johnson Space Center, Halk, and our space groupie, Carol Burnett, who's just gone to general's rank in that category.
I'm astounded about the whole thing. We were standing out there, and you know how hot it is.
Right.
I got goosebumps. I got cold. It was fascinating.
The sound is something that we just...
The sound is, yeah, it's like an earthquake, you know, and then all of that fire going up and everything. How are they going to sleep with all that going on?
I still want to go.
I think
Yes, I do. Oh.
I suspect for the first 12 or 13 minutes, probably won't want to
I
sleep.
guess they're a little busy. And let me just ask you, someone just told me outside that they're going over Europe, and in an hour, they're going to be over Hawaii.
That's right. It'll be about an hour and 30 minutes before they're back overhead.
You can get home in a hurry.
That's fast, isn't it?
You can get home in a hurry.
I sure could. Oh, gosh, it was wonderful.
Well, it was awfully good of you to come down here, and I know you collected enough souvenirs.
Look at all of that. This. Thanks for my NBC shirt. I love it. Oh, thank you for everything.
Well, that's it in lieu of your after payment, actually.
Do I get to give these? No, these are...
not. We ought to bring you up to date on what is happening right now downrange, Carol. We're going to show you a little animation of what's going to happen next, as long as you're going to get involved in this program to make you a technical expert as well.
Acronyms, Carol.
Yeah, you get to learn all the things that we're talking about. What they're getting ready to do is, we said just a few moments ago, is to get ready. ETS stands for External Tank Separation. That's that big fuel tank, that big brown thing that was on there, and they're going to blow that away from the Columbia orbiter, and it will then break up over the Indian Ocean and is Rick pointed out yesterday, where there is no discernible life as we know it, so nobody gets hurt in the process.
I might mention that right after that external tank separates is really probably the busiest time for them. The next 2 minutes they have to get configured for the next OMS engine or orbital maneuvering system burn. So 2 minutes after external tank are a very, very busy time.
And 66 nautical miles downrange.
Now that's what's happening, right? In 30 seconds they'll lose that.
20 seconds. Status looks good. Mission control.
Everything's sounding good.
8 minutes 29 seconds. Standing by now for main engine cutoff.
That's the MECO we were talking about. Main engine cutoff in about 10 seconds.
The main engine has been fueled by that big external tank, of course. They're running out of gas is what it amounts to.
Confirmed shutdown.
They do have enough.
Time, not yet returned to orbit. Standing by now for external tank separation.
That's what should be happening right now.
That's a good picture from a previous mission. That's the external tank looking out through on the cabin.
Confirming external tank separation. The Columbia now moving below and beyond the external tank.
Okay, that's confirmed now.
Go, no-go status check and mission control by Flight Director Tom Holloway for the first OMS burn and shutting down the auxiliary power unit.
They're getting a go, no-go in the Mission Control Center in Houston now for shutting down the APUs. Once they shut down the APUs, they've secured their hydraulic system, and they're pretty well committed to.
That's the auxiliary power unit, of course, which we've heard a lot about on these previous flights. Okay, everything is looking very good here for Space Shuttle 4. It launched right on time. All of the counts and all the calls that you can hear this morning so far have gone off extremely well. Scheduled 113 orbits, ending next week, July 4th in California. The astronauts are Kenneth Mattingly, known as TK to his friends. He's the commander. And Henry Hartsfield, a retired Air Force colonel, sitting in the right-hand seat. We'll be back with more. Okay, we're coming on OMS 1 now. This is the orbital maneuver system. Burn number 1. That gets them into proper configuration so that they can get into
an orbit, right. This will lift them up to about 130 miles above the Earth for their what they call apogee, or highest part of the orbit. And then halfway around the world, they'll light that engine again and circularize the orbit, and then we can say for sure that they're in a stable 130-mile orbit. So that's about 40 minutes from now.
Columbia now in proper attitude for the first OMS burn.
They're going to be running at about, 155, 160 miles.
Systems engineer reporting ignition. Both OMS engine looks good.
That's about a 90-minute period. Every 90 minutes they go around the Earth one time.
Okay, OMS 1 went just fine. They're going to orbit in good shape. We're going to show you one more time the liftoff this morning. Let's show you what happened at 11 a.m. right on schedule, Eastern Daylight Time this morning. Space Shuttle 4 going off the path. We're going to see that? We can't see it. Oh, it's somewhere else. Okay. And 12 minutes into the flight, they've had a successful OMS 1. All the solid rockets went away on schedule, as did the external tank. Everything continuing to look very good. This is, I think that it's fair to say, the best on time and most fault-free of the launches that they've had. And I think NASA felt a little pressure about getting this one off.
Oh, I think so. Well, we always do. You want to do things right, and you want to do them on time, and that's part of the business in the space business, to provide a service on time.
Well, especially when you're trying to be commercial about it all. Exactly. We have Roy Neal standing by at Mission Control, which, of course, is at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. How does it look down there, Roy?
Tom, the big word in Mission Control is nominal. That's, of course, NASA E's, and it stands for everything's going just right by the book. We've been following the book here in Houston, as have the mission controllers. This is the scene Mission Control right now, and if you look at that dot on the big map up near the top of your picture, that's where the space is at the moment. It is out of contact, out of radio communication, soon to be picked up at Dakar, Senegal. A few moments ago, UN Carol were talking about how rapidly that spacecraft moves along. As we watch this map, it does seem to be very fast until suddenly you realize that minute by minute it goes clean around the world. These mission controllers have been following and have, by now, monitored through the ohms burn that you were talking of a moment ago, the orbital maneuvering system. And of course, the next big activity for the mission controllers will be ohms burn number 2 on the far side of the world in about a half an hour. At that time, hopefully, the flight will remain nominal. And that way all those mission controllers will light up the sky with their smiles when they come off shift in an hour or 2 from now, once the spacecraft really is confirmed into a good circular 130-mile orbit. And that's about it from here.
Okay, well, as we can say it again and again, but you only need to hear it once. It's all gone extremely well here from the Kennedy Space Center this morning. Space Shuttle 4 off on schedule, and it's moving into its orbital configuration right now. It's looking very good for the 2 astronauts, Mattingly and Hartsfield, and for all the people connected with this launch of Space Shuttle 4. We'll be back with more from the Kennedy Space Center right after this.
NBC News coverage of the launch of Space Shuttle 4 will continue in a moment.
Quality House announces the grand opening of their 3rd store at 5643 East State. They're celebrating in all 3 stores with 30% savings on all furniture. All lamps 2 for the price of 1. And reduced prices on all appliances like this 25-inch diagonal remote control for just $599.95. Quality House's grand opening celebration also features a drawing for up to an additional 10% discount on already low-priced merchandise and a drawing for a free color portable TV. No purchase necessary. Stop in today. Quality House will not be undersold.
Bergner-Weise corporate offices are relocating in Peoria. In assisting in the sale of homes of transferring employees, Bergner-Weise is offering a $2,000 to $4,000 paid-up merchandise account. These homes offer special financing. 4-bedroom Cape Cod offering a sun-drenched summer porch, rec room, heated run room, 1 full and 2 3/4 baths, natural woodwork and new carpeting, value priced at just $51,500. A paid-up Bergner-Weise merchandise account accompanies this home. Call Whitehead Realtors, Better Homes and Gardens for a private showing or open house information.
There's a new idea in real estate. The park companies can take care of all your real estate needs under one roof. Willard Enterprises will buy your home if you just sell in a hurry. Diversified Realtors can help you sell or buy a home. They offer complete financing services under one roof. Equity One will provide first and second mortgage money or make direct cash loans, VA and FHA financing available. The park companies, 1026 East Riverside Boulevard in Loves Park. When they do a job, they do it the old-fashioned way, by working hard for you.
A caravan of trucks is coming to Lace. They're loading Chevy pickups featuring the S10. And they're hauling them to Oregon for the Lace Truck and Topper sale. Pick out your pickup, get the sale price, then Lace will top it, literally, with this top-quality topper. Sale runs regular hours, Thursday, June 3 through Saturday, June 5, and special Sunday hours, noon to 5. Lace Chevy Olds, you know where we are. If we don't run out, we'll keep running this ad, and you run out to Lace for the best truck value around.
Tom Brokaw back at the Kennedy Space Center, where we are now just over 16 minutes into a very successful launch of Space Shuttle 4, the Columbia orbiter, with astronauts Mattingly and Hartsfield aboard, off right on time this morning, 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and all of their post-launch procedures have gone extremely well as well. They have had the successful ohms burn, that's the orbital maneuvering system burn, which gets them into configuration for orbit. They're now out of range of the radios. They're headed for Dakar in Senegal, I think we believe, right, that they'll be picked up there next. At any rate, it has gone extremely well here today. Of course, when we're in a moment like this, it does raise a lot of questions about the enthusiasm of the American public for supporting a space program, which can be very expensive. The most recent NBC poll on that question last August indicated that fully 2/3 of the people thought that the space shuttle system was a good idea. It was across this expanse of Florida scrubland and swamp, after all, that America's watched the most dramatic moment in space, and that was the launch of Apollo 11, the first moon landing. Public support, public skepticism often is hard to measure about the space program. For most Americans, the big moments now are gone. That is the landing on the moon, the first launch of the space shuttle system. For other Americans, like my colleague Rick Houck, it's still to come when he goes up next spring, of course. For others, however, the enthusiasm still is there. Some of the true believers flocked to Space Day in northern New Jersey last weekend. 2,000 people crowding into an airport hangar in Teterboro.
Even 47,000 skyrocket.
he couldn't make a commitment.
Well, I was going to make an announcement.
They're heroes still made of the right stuff. Fascination still with the marvelous machines that have journeyed to worlds beyond.
The launch date is...
They ask questions. The capacity for wonder has not been blunted. They sign up to learn more. They see the space program as a benefit for all society.
Those who want to abandon the space effort in order to handle problems on Earth simply do not understand that solutions for problems in farming, the environment, energy, and communications are out there.
A week earlier, on a college campus in Connecticut, another appeal for public support. A space festival, co-sponsored by the Planetary Society, claiming to be the fastest-growing membership organization of any kind. 120,000 people paying $15 a year in dues. Its executive director is Dr. Louis Friedman, who spent 10 years with NASA.
There's been enormous interest in space exploration. There's no question of that. Politicians even believe that the space program is good. It's just that extra bit of translation into making it a program that the government ought to do because it takes some forethought, that it's something we're doing for the future that hasn't happened.
Probably never again will there be anything similar to the massive government space effort mounted in the early 1960s. But the faithful still come to a Space Day rally in New Jersey, to planetariums big and small, now more than 1,200 across the country, with attendance in the millions and still increasing. To the Visitor Center at Cape Kennedy, now up to 2 million people a year, a 33% gain. And some stand in line outside a movie theater this summer, willing to pay $5 for a little space adventure on film. Coming up in 20 minutes into the flight now of Space Shuttle 4, and they are monitoring a little tiny jet up in the nose of the spacecraft, it sounds like. Now the astronaut's still out of radio signals, as far as I can tell. They're getting a lot of telemetry and data that is fed back into Houston, and that's where they're reading those signals. We have Roy Neal in Houston right now for an update on this mission. Roy?
Glad you tossed it to me, Tom, because they've just reestablished contact through Dakar. They're talking with Henry Hartsfield, and here I'm talking with astronaut Steve Nagel. Steve, what is this subject about which they're talking at the moment?
Hartsfield received a fault message for a forward RCS leak. And
RCS, that's the reaction
control system, and it declared a leak on one of the 4 or 5 manifolds in that system. It's not a serious problem. I don't believe it's a leak at this time. They're comparing the pressures and quantities, and they don't see any evidence of a leak, so it could be a false message.
Kind of typical, isn't it, Steve, that at this stage of the game, they're settling down the spacecraft and they're finding out all the little things that possibly could go wrong but need to be bedded down before they can really say we have a good or a nominal orbit.
Sure. As Rick Houck was saying earlier, they're preparing to do the OMS 2 burn, which will occur around 40 to 45 minutes into the flight. That will establish them in this 130-mile orbit, and then we can sit back and relax a little bit more.
And that's due in about 15 minutes or so from right now, isn't it? Okay, Tom, that's it from Houston.
Thank you very much. Well, as you heard in a conversation with Hank Hartsfield, they said that they thought that it was going to be all right, that little jet that we were talking about a few moments ago. So they are continuing on their way. So are we. Coming up in 22 minutes into this flight, we'll be back with more from the Kennedy Space Center right after this.
Hi, I'm Paul Revere. I've been on the road all night, racing around, gulping coffee, and chicken pot pie for dinner, sitting here like a rock. Dog ripped my pants. And you know, I still don't think half of them believe me. It's enough to give a patriot an upset stomach.
Upset stomach, Pepto-Bismol. It coats, soothes, relieves.
I guess I'm just not a night person.
I figure once ought to be enough to fix any car problem. I don't have time to keep going back and back and back.
Hi, didn't I see you in here the other day with a bad case of pre-ignition? Problem?
Nope, like your work, Mr. Goodwrench. Brought my wife's car in for an oil change and filters.
Mr. Goodwrench has genuine GM parts available, and GM-trained mechanics pledged to fix your GM car right the first time.
Keep that great GM feeling.
Mr. Goodwrench makes me want to come back.
With genuine GM parts.
You're a strong dancer, Dad. Right, Uncle Bill. If there's one thing the Harringtons can do, it's dance.
Some days seem to go on forever.
Oh, Grandpa Harrington!
Which is a pretty good reason to start them with FinalNet. It's concentrated with all they hold that looks soft and natural.
You're not a Harrington, are you?
FinalNet holds up longer than you do.
Now, Old Spice gives you two-fisted protection with original Old Spice deodorant and now new super dry antiperspirant. Both have that famous Old Spice scent. So what's the difference? Old Spice deodorant helps knock out odor. And now new Old Spice antiperspirant fights odor while it helps wipe out wetness. And they both work over time. Old Spice, one name that gives you two-fisted protection.
We're back at the Kennedy Space Center, and Captain Rick Houck and I have been watching the clock here. It's now 23, almost 24 minutes into this flight, which means they're about 14 minutes away from the next ohms burn, which will put them into their final configuration for orbit.
Right.
That means they're there, I guess.
Once they're there, then they will do some orbit adjustment later, but they're basically in orbit, and they're ready to do their 7-day mission.
Okay. Everything continuing to sound very good here at the Kennedy Space Center. The flight went right off on schedule today. It contains, among other things, some getaway specials this time. These are little canisters that you can make reservations for. Scientific experiments that must be approved by NASA. They range in cost from $3,000 on up. 9 of them this time have been placed on board by Utah State University. We want to show you one of the future getaway specials now. It has to do with space art. Lee McCarthy has more on that.
Inflated sculpture floating over a city skyline, or tethered to the ground and illuminated at night. Its practitioners call this sky art, or atmospheric art. One of them has reached the frontier of space art, and he will use the space shuttle to create it. Joe Davis, an artist at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, will have a space art payload aboard the shuttle in September of 1983.
What I want to do is to make a curtain of color in the sky that's visible from the ground.
In response to our first question, how, Davis showed us the plasma fusion machine at MIT. It contains gases which are fired with a laser beam. That creates a plasma, a bright flash of light that lasts a second. We could see the plasma through a porthole, but it was difficult to imagine as space art. So Davis said we should imagine a Las Vegas in the sky.
I'm going to discharge inert gas and energize inert gas much in the same way that inert gas is energized in a neon light bulb, and create a plasma, which is the source of light in neon light bulbs. And to do this, I will use an electron beam.
But the neon art in Las Vegas is contained by glass tubing. The space art will be free to spread. Davis has no idea how long it will last or how big it will get, but
this phenomenon will occur over a space of many miles and should be easily visible, many times larger than the minimum visibility for a brilliant object at typical shuttle altitudes.
with a how answered, sort of, the next question, why? Why would anyone spend $100,000 to use the space shuttle as a paintbrush?
The Greeks put stars in the sky to reward their heroes. And this is kind of an opportunity to reward the whole human race for surviving insane technology, for determination, for dreaming out loud.
Joe Davis is still dreaming. His next project? He wants to put a '57 Chevy on the moon. Lee McCarthy, NBC News, Boston.
Well, I suspect the chances of that happening are not very great, nor do I think that we'll see any kind of Las Vegas neon up there as well. NASA, of course, has accepted the reservation, but they still pass right up to the last minute on any of these getaway specials. Speaking of getaway, Space Shuttle 4 got away right on schedule here this morning. We must as well. My thanks to Captain Rick Houck for being with us. Good luck in your flight next year.
Appreciate it.
The first one to come back and land at the Kennedy Space Center, and you'll have astronaut Sally Ride along with him as well. We'll look forward to continuing coverage, of course, of all of this tonight on the NBC Nightly News and combining politics and the space program, John Press. For now, I'm Tom Brokaw from the Kennedy Space Center. Goodbye for all of us.
This has been an NBC News.
NBC Nightly News.
Advantage, Connors.
The astronauts closed the payload bay doors just about 3 hours ago. The crew, Mattingly and Hartsfield, have been reporting that everything is working well and on time. There are hundreds of thousands of people here, 300,000, more than that we've been told. They started camping out yesterday. And as you know, NASA wanted to land the shuttle with a crosswind so they could test Columbia's responses. But it turns out that it's somewhat calmer here today, so they will likely touch down instead on the concrete runway. That's runway 22, the one you're seeing. And this will be the first landing that is not on the wide expanse of the desert lake bed. Waiting out there to greet them will be President Reagan, who is expected to arrive here early. Another big attraction here at Edwards, Challenger, Columbia's sister ship, the second orbiter, and ready for its very first trip to the Cape. It's going to take off a little bit later as part of this special 4th of July show. I'll be here along with friend and colleague, Apollo astronaut Gene Cernan, and we'll bring you all the pictures and all the details. Frank?
Thank you, Lynn. So we wait now, but not for long, for Columbia to come back from space for the 4th time. Ken Mattingly and Hank Hartsfield are now still far out over the Pacific, but are set to touch down at Edwards Air Force Base at 11 hour, and we'll come back on the hour, 9 o'clock in California and 12 noon here on the East Coast. Live coverage of Columbia's landing. David?
Frank, thank you. Yasser Arafat of the PLO signed an agreement to move his guerrilla forces, about 8,000 of them, out of Beirut.
The return of Shuttle Columbia. ABC News continuing coverage of Reach into Space. Now from Washington, David Brinkley.
We would like to welcome the stations joining us at this point. The Space Shuttle Columbia is now approaching Edwards Air Force Base in California and will be landing shortly, and we are all set up to bring it to you live. Here's Frank Reynolds. Frank?
Good, and you saw just a moment ago there the first pictures of the Space Shuttle Columbia as it neared California coast. Astronauts Ken Mattingly and Hank Hartsfield have executed a flawless return down through the Earth's atmosphere. Here the center of the shuttle from the NASA tracking camera, which is at Anderson Peak, California, just on the coastline of California. And doesn't that baby look nice? She's only about 9 or 10 minutes really away from a touchdown. That's a long-range camera, and the space shuttle is still 100 miles or so away from the actual touchdown point. Touchdown in 8 minutes and 34 seconds. She's just crossed the coastline, actually just south of Santa Barbara, and will continue straight on, almost on a direct line to Edwards Air Force Base, where there is a large crowd waiting to greet the astronauts, including, of course, President Reagan, who will be out there today, arrived a short while ago. These are really the first shots we've had now of the Space Shuttle Columbia since she roared off the pad just about exactly 1 week ago and an hour today, last Sunday at Cape City, and the now familiar spectacular launch. And the Columbia has now successfully gone around the Earth, completed its mission flawlessly. And we have lost the picture for just a moment, but we've already had reacquisition of signal. The space craft is in communication with the ground, and they've been given the clearance for landing here at Edwards Air Force Base on runway 22. So now we want to bring in our correspondents who are there at the Edwards Air Force Base. First of all, we'll get a quick glimpse of the president under an umbrella there, a sunshade. He and Mrs. Reagan are there on the special platform that's been erected for them to watch the return of the Columbia. And here's some of the crowd. We're told there are more than 300,000 people scattered all around this huge, sprawling complex to try to get a glimpse of Columbia as she comes down. Let's bring in now Lynn Scher and Gene Cernan at Edwards Air Force Base. Lynn?
Frank, good morning. As you say, it is a perfect day. This is also probably the first return of Columbia with music. You can probably hear a little band music around. Waving a lot of flags. It's going to be a little bit different from what we've seen before. And Gene Cernan, it's a lot different from White Sands.
Frank, it's a great day for a birthday party. Everyone here is in a jubilant spirit. As Lynn said, the flags are flying, the president's here, and we're all waiting for the return of Columbia to come home.
And that will happen before long. You're not very far away from hearing the old sonic boom, are you? She goes over.
We ought to. We expect to hear that boom. I think we'll hear it probably in the next 2 or 3 minutes because the Columbia has crossed the coastline, and she'll be landing here in about 6 more minutes.
Everybody here, by the way, Frank, is going to be informed of all these things. They have imported Hugh Harris, who is the voice of launch control. He is out here telling all the visitors, the very important visitors, exactly what to expect. This is also something new, this return of Columbia. There's a huge banner, I don't know if you've seen it yet, over on one of the hangars saying, "Welcome home, Columbia," and certainly everybody here feels that way.
Well, it certainly is a grand occasion for for NASA to have the president there, to have the touchdown come on the 4th of July. There's our graphic showing that we have 5 minutes and 40 seconds or so to go. There you can see it now once again. Again, this is from a camera, I believe, at Edwards. It's 44 miles away, I'm told, from touchdown. Seems to be just gliding through the sky. And, of course, Columbia is, at this point, really a glider. You know, they don't have an opportunity to make more than one pass at the land trip. On this particular landing, they will come down on runway 22, which is the concrete one-way. That will be the first time. It's some 15,000 feet long and about 300 feet wide. But it has plenty of desert on this side end of it. So the runway landing here will not quite be the same as landing at Kennedy Space Center, which, of course, is what eventually will happen on future shuttle flights. Gee, that's
Frank,
a pretty sight.
Frank, we told earlier at Houston by Harold Drawn, one of the flight directors, that there is a bit of a psychological barrier to the astronauts on that concrete runway. But Gene Cernan, of course, astronaut pilot Gene Cernan, had some different feelings about whether it would be a psychological barrier.
Oh, Lynn, you know, they don't have the entire span of the desert to land in. So I look at it as coming home to an aircraft carrier. You know exactly where it's going to be, and you better be on it. And I think that's the way Ken looks at it.
Even though they don't have that long runoff that they would have with these piles of sand out here.
Well, once they see their target and they've got the spacecraft under control, which obviously do at this time, I think we're going to see a pretty smooth Navy landing again.
Gene, the angle of descent now, they're really not fast.
Of course, the vehicle is a glider. The spacecraft is a glider. It doesn't have very large wings. As a result, it has to maintain a lot of speed to manage its energy, and we will see a very steep descent, as we have looked at in the past. We're still seeing, it should be about overhead. It's 10 miles away, and it'll just be a matter of 10 or 15 seconds before we may very well pick up that sonic boom.
And you haven't yet been able to see it?
No, we haven't. There we go. How's that for timing, Frank? She just went over the top, obviously.
I think that's about as loud as we've ever had it here.
I'm getting good after a little...
Now we can see the president and everybody else looking up there. I think he's got it in view.
Frank, I think we do have some contrails up just to the southwest of us over here. There it is. Now you can see the contrail of the shuttle itself. We have a very good visual. It's just a tremendous day now, and that's a chase plane camera.
Chase plane camera up there with it, Frank, this time?
Feet.
Used to be 2, but the one is providing excellent coverage, as you can see.
Gene, is it in the big left turn now, swinging around?
It's in a big sweeping left-hand turn, and what it's doing is losing some of its altitude, maintaining a proper speed, so it has, again, enough energy to make the runway. This is a very critical phase of the maneuver. It will be reaching out about 10 to 15 miles away before it turns back in.
Frank, this concrete runway, as you probably know, is a bit further off than runway 23, where it's landed the previous 2 times here at Edwards. So we are not going to get quite as wonderful a visual sighting as we had before.
Picture we're seeing here, the president, as soon as that sonic boom hit and the spacecraft came into sight, everybody got up off the seats. They were sitting down before. Oh, you can see the contrails now, just behind the
18,000 feet now.
The spacecraft. The president is on the platform with several astronauts who have already flown in the shuttle. Let's see if we can't pick up more communications now between the spacecraft and the ground.
Thank you.
He's being well briefed out there by previous shuttle pilots.
Turning into a heading lined up with the runway now.
He should be in automatic control at this point in time, and we'll probably maintain it down through about 200 feet, 14,000 feet.
Airspeed 264.
I still can't get over that, Gene. The idea of being an automatic and bringing it down right to the deck before he took over.
12,000 feet.
Look at the little chase plane alongside.
It's always a beautiful sight. Should be lined up with the runway, turning in on what we call final at this point in time, but she's still about 6-7 miles away.
9,600 feet, 282 knots.
It's just
Into auto land guidance now.
This is what Commander Mattingly has referred to as that magic machine called the Shuttle.
Look at the escort.
Now, Frank, you can see how she comes.
Ken Mattingly will take over at 2,500 feet for the landing.
Okay, he's in automatic guidance. He'll be taking over manually here to land the aircraft with second rudders like normal airplanes are landed.
280 knots at 4,200 feet. 3,000.
2,200 feet. He should have it manually. He's still at well over 200 knots when he touches down. The fans are cheering. The Americans are cheering out here. This is really a great birthday party.
On loudspeakers, too.
And is the president going to get a view? There's the landing gear. She came out.
Yeah.
There it is. She'll just gently come down. Keep it coming, Ken. Keep it coming. He's a little fast.
Down and low.
Stand by for touch.
There it is.
Touchdown. There's the dust. The nose will come down gently, and this time I expect it'll stay down.
Not like the last time when it's... Yeah.
Outstanding job.
Outstanding. He heard you, Gene. He heard you. That's Brewster Shaw, the Capcom, echoing that. Outstanding.
Well, let's see how much runway he uses now.
Shuttle control here. The unofficial landing time, 7 days, 1 hour.
We were about
to... The unofficial landing time, 7 days, 1 hour, 9:40.
Well, we're about 10 seconds early, but we lifted off on time, Frank.
Lifted off 135 seconds early. Frank came down 13 seconds early.
Has he still got some runway left?
He's got a ways to go. He's president with Bob Rippin, who was on STS-51, just punched the air when that came down. He was real happy. He's got his own craft going up, STS-7. He'll be commanding.
This is a pretty good way to impress the commander-in-chief. He's come to a stop.
Well, that was a hard service runway, I think, which is another milestone, Frank, in the development of the usefulness of the shuttle. That says we can come down on hard service runways, and there's a lot of them around the world to land in if we have to.
Actually, they were able to make use of the opportunity that they wanted to bring it down on a crosswind landing.
Well, a crosswind landing is probably the one single thing left from this test phase, but as I understand, the shuttle's going to be landing here, both Columbia and then Challenger, for the next couple landings, and I think get a shot at it.
This, of course, makes it operational, Frank. This is the end of the test flights for Columbia.
That's right.
Now goes into the end of the test flights, and now off.
Here's a replay now, videotape of the Columbia as she comes in for her 4th return to space.
And it is like a monument out there, Frank, as you well know, because you've been right here next to it. You know, the landing gear came out a little bit earlier this time, but that, again, is just energy management consideration. Depends on our airspeed and altitude.
Well, it was a flawless descent and certainly a flawless landing. You're right, Gene. The nose does stay down this time. All right, as we look at the viewing stand there with the president and the various trucks going out now to secure the Columbia, who's come down, we'll pause for just a moment. Our coverage of Space Shuttle Columbia will continue in a moment.
I was known as one of the meanest players in hockey, but I didn't deserve that. I'm just a nice guy who comes in and has a few light beers from Miller with the boys. If we see cash, slide because it's less filling, and it tastes great. Really, if I was a nasty player, may a lightning bolt come down and strike this spot.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
This is so quiet. You could read the books here.
That book by the phone can help. The Bell System Yellow Pages.
Free parking, free delivery.
That's Fred. Fred's Furniture next door. Oh, he does a great business.
Where beautiful hair is a tradition.
That's McClare. Oh, is she busy?
Sure, the Bell System Yellow Pages talks to people when they let their fingers do the walking and are ready to talk business.
I'm ready.
Get the Yellow Pages talking.
We're big on books.
Let your fingers do the walking.
Let's have another quick look in the time remaining to us of Columbia as she came back just a few minutes ago at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Well, here you see the spacecraft is down on the ground and the trucks are already beginning to move in to secure her. But here is the spacecraft as she made the descent. You can see the chase plane right alongside, coming in a flawless landing. The mountain. She was still at some height here, and 500 feet before the pilot Ken Mattingly took over. There's the flap, bringing her on down. So Columbia has landed. You're watching a videotape of the landing that took place just a moment ago. The president will go out to greet the astronauts as they step down from the space plane. That'll be in about an hour. And we'll be back on the air to bring you that event. Later, we'll also broadcast the president's speech at the Air Force Base. We're going to resume our regular programming now. For most of the stations with us in the East and Midwest, that will pick up with the remainder of the David Brinkley broadcast 1 minute from now. More space coverage later. For now, this is Frank Reynolds in Washington.
This special report came to you from ABC News. We now resume our regular program schedule after this from our local stations. ABC News live coverage of Space Shuttle Columbia continues. Here now, Frank Reynolds.
And good afternoon once again. The picture you just saw, Columbia, the space down there at Edwards Air Force Base in Columbia, after having executed a flawless landing, coming down right at the appointed time and on the appointed spot. Landing this time on the concrete runway at Edwards Air Force Base. That's the first time that has happened. And what we're waiting for right now is for the President and Mrs. Reagan to go out to where the orbiter is parked, and they will meet astronauts as they come down the ramp from the spaceship itself. That is not going to happen for a couple of minutes yet because, as you can see, the post-landing operations are still underway there at the orbiter. It's necessary to secure the area, to send out all sorts of equipment to make sure that it is safe for the astronauts to, as they say in the space business, egress, or as we would say, get out. And of course, it also must be determined that it is safe for the President to go out to the immediate area. Here's part of the huge crowd. There's some 30,000 or so who will be in a position to hear the President speak later on. We're going to show you now a replay of the Columbia landing as it came in at about 12:11 Eastern Time. Less than an hour ago, coming down with the chase plane right alongside. And here is the touchdown for the first time on the runway. Boom. Just perfect. Here's a different angle. Same plane. And here it is again, coming in again. At this point, there's the touchdown. This time, the smoke that you see coming up as the wheels touched down and struck the earth really was the smoke tires in the past. We smoke from the desert. And here is Gene Cernan and Lynn Scher, who have been out there watching this site this morning. Well, what do you have to say for yourselves now? You've executed a perfect landing. Congratulations to you both.
Frank, after White Sands and Edwards here today, Lynn and I just declared ourselves operational in the wind.
You know, even though it was quite calm and they couldn't swim when they wanted Frank, it was a little windy up here on the platform, but that's very deceptive. They simply didn't have the crosswind that they wanted, the steady crosswinds for that landing, and that's still a test objective, even though it is going to be operational after this flight, and they will now start concentrating on what they're carrying into space, on what they're doing, as opposed to just these spectacular launches and landings that we've been awed by. Mattingly himself said very well become routine business.
Oh, it's hard to believe, Lynn, that it's ever really going to become routine because it's really just such a pretty sight. See it coming down and you realize that it's been up there in space, whizzing all around the globe in orbit, sending back usually the fantastic pictures. Well, this is a rather special day, of course, because it is not only the 4th of July, but this is the first time that the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United out there to greet the astronauts personally as they step down from their spacecraft. And the President will do that very shortly. So we bring you that, and our coverage of Space Shuttle Columbia will continue in a moment.
The plane, Firefox, the most devastating killing machine ever built. The man, Mitchell Grant, U.S. fighter pilot.
Grant, can you fly that plane?
Yeah, I can fly it. I'm the best there is.
The mission, steal Firefox. See Clint Eastwood in one of the most important films in a decade. Firefox, rated PG. Now playing at a theater near you.
3 boxes of Arm & Hammer baking soda? Yes, to beat that summer heat. Box 1 is for my bath.
Arm & Hammer baking soda in my bath leaves me feeling smooth and silky. Pure softness. What a normal feeling.
Box 2 is for my freezer, so ice cream and ice cubes won't taste funny. Box 3, deodorant refrigerator. With melons and potato salad, I need it.
Look, 3 boxes, Louise.
You devil, Harry.
Saves money, too. Can America win the '84 games? Most of the world thinks we can't, but we have an Olympic training center now in Colorado Springs, and it's giving our athletes the best training they've ever had. So come 1984, the world could be in for a little surprise. This American dream was brought to you by Miller High Life, sponsor of the U.S. Olympic Training Center.
Mosquitoes so big they call them flying porcupines.
Grandpa tells the tall tales about mosquitoes, but a mom has to know the truth. Deep Woods Off repels hungry mosquitoes up to 5 full hours.
So many of them that their wings blow up the campfire.
No lead repellent protects longer, and with kids, that's important.
Deep Woods Off, 5-hour mosquito protection.
Kept one as a pet till he bit through the chain.
And here is Columbia, the space shuttle, back from space now. 7 days, 1 hour, minutes, and 40 seconds after lifting off last Sunday from the Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral. Landed less than 50 minutes or so ago, right there at the perfect spot, perfect landing. For space, the astronauts themselves are still inside the spacecraft. They've not yet been cleared to get up, as you see the ramp there is up at the hatch. I believe that hatch is open, but the astronauts have not yet emerged, and they won't until another visitor arrives at the base of the President Reagan, and Mrs. Reagan will go out to personally greet the astronauts as they step on Earth after that voyage of some 2.8 million miles around the Earth. The President has been spending the time between the landing of the Columbia and the time that he goes out to greet the astronauts inside one of the buildings here at the Dryden Research Center at Edwards Air Force Base, presenting the Space Medal to the astronauts of the last flight, Jack Lausma and Gordon Fullerton. And the President will shortly come out and go out to greet the astronauts. They come down the steps and step on terra firma once again. Well, it has been a flawless mission. I suppose there have been a few bugs here and there, but anytime you attempt an enterprise so vast and so far-reaching as this, why, there are bound to be a few things that don't turn out quite as perfectly as planned. But Jules Zergman has this report on just what was accomplished in this mission of Columbia.
4, 3, 2, 1, and we have motor ignition and liftoff.
Test flight of Columbia blazed into orbit right on time, a space shuttle first. Astronauts T.K. Mattingly and Henry Hartsfield put Columbia through her paces in what NASA officials called one of the smoothest flights ever. They test-fired the reaction control system motors, proving their reliability for future missions. Mattingly tried the EVA spacesuit needed for work in the payload bay. Hartsfield used the treadmill to keep the astronauts' hearts and legs in shape for their return to Earth. They showed us how well they did with space food. Mattingly even had time to toss peanuts at the TV camera. And he tested suction cup shoes to anchor them in the weightlessness of space. They operated the electrophoresis experiment using space to manufacture better drugs more cheaply. The only major problem developed on day 4 when Columbia's payload bay doors warped and could not closed. Shifting the spaceship's attitude overnight was enough to balance out the deep cold of space that had caused the problem.
Stand by. Mark. Close. Okay, they close.
Problem solved and experiments completed, the astronauts will remember seeing the Earth below, the state of Florida, and their launch site, Cape Canaveral, as they flew over at 5 miles a second. Not Star Trek's Warp 3, but fast enough. And after that perfect flight and perfect landing, Frank, the shuttle will be tomorrow by NASA itself, ready to start earning money, paying its own way on its very next flight, the 5th mission. Frank?
Well, the next flight will be unique, of course, not only because it will be the first operational flight of the shuttle, but also because it's going to have some extra people on board. Heretofore, that's been a crew of 2. On the next flight in November, there will be 4 people on board. Let's show them to you right now. Here's Vance Brand and William Lenoir, who is, as I understand it, Jules, the one of the mission specialists. The co-pilot will be and Joe Allen will also be one of the mission specialists. So there'll be twice as many people on board. Jules accomplished operational mission. Actually, they're going to launch a couple of satellites, aren't they?
They have 2 commercial satellites to launch. The first business satellite, called the STS-51, and actually they open the payload bay doors and spring-fed motors automatically and then kick them up to 22,000-mile synchronous orbit. The next day, they will launch the first Canadian satellite, a ComSat, Telesat-E.
And won't there be a spacewalk, too?
That's still being decided, Frank. It now looks like there will be a spacewalk, but it's still not finally decided.
Okay, Jules, thank you very much. Well, that's, of course, going to happen in November. We still have some ceremonies to celebrate today. Here, once again, is the scene at Edwards Air Force Base in California, out there in the Mojave Desert, as Columbia is still being examined by the various members of the ground crew who have to make sure that it's safe for the astronauts to get off and for the president to go out there and greet them. Lynn, pretty big crowd.
Yes, it is. They got to see Commander Mattingly, who was described to us as a very regimented man, land that space plane right smack in the middle of the runway. Gene, what do you think? How about you?
Do I have to say he was trained by the Navy again? I might just say, Frank, real quick, operationally, it means to us that we've got confidence in the shuttle. They're not going to wear their spacesuits. They're taking form in. They know what the systems will do. They know how the spacecraft reacts thermally, and now they're going to start utilizing it the way it was designed to be used.
Well, that, of course, is the whole point of the operation, of the exercise. These 4 test flights preceded by, gee, how many, 3 or 4 simulated landings when they dropped from the 747. Actually, that's another thing that we're going to see later today. Challenger, the next will be taking off from Edwards Air Force Base today on board piggyback on Canaveral. Well, we're going to go off the air for a little while now, but we'll be back in about 30 or 40 minutes, and we'll show you then the president greeting the astronauts, and also Mr. Reagan will have a speech to make about the future commitment of the United States to space exploration, and you're going to find that very interesting. So that's it for right now. This is Frank Reynolds in Washington. We'll be back in about 30 or 40 minutes.
This special report came to you from ABC News. We now resume our regular program schedule after this from our local stations.
Successor to Columbia on board the 747, which will carry it piggyback to the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida, for its first mission, which will come in January. So there is the second of the orbiter spacecraft. And here is the one that was the prototype of the spacecraft. This is the Enterprise, the one that was used for those simulated missions, carried aloft on top of a 747 and dropped in order to test the landing capabilities of the spacecraft. So we're kind of hip deep in orbiters out there today. The crowd you see is waiting for President Reagan, who is expected to come out very shortly now, to crowd and to say some nice things about America's commitment to further exploration of space. Earlier today, about an hour or so ago, The president was actually at the bottom of the ramp as the space astronauts returned from space. Mattingly and Hartsfield came down the ramp to be greeted by the Commander-in-Chief and the First Lady. This was the first time that Mr. Reagan has seen a space shuttle return. And this is Mattingly and Hartsfield coming down now to the applause of all those gathered down below. An exchange of salutes between the Commander-in-Chief and the astronauts, the President shaking hands with Mattingly and with Hartsfield, and Mrs. Reagan giving each one of them a kiss. This is a great day for NASA, of course, to have such a flawless landing on the 4th of July with a huge crowd there, and to have the President himself on hand to witness it. They gave him a space shuttle cap, which he did not keep on for very long. And then they sort of took him on a tour to walk around and show him the various parts of the spacecraft, which completed a mission of some 2.8 million miles on this particular flight, but has now weathered some 8 million miles all told in space. This was the 4th and final test flight for Columbia. The Columbia, of course, will be the spacecraft that will carry astronauts on the first operational flight in November. The President and Mrs. Reagan moved up a good close-up look at the spacecraft. Mattingly and Hartsfield point out various features of it to them. Mrs. Reagan does what just about everybody would like to do, walk up and touch the thing. We're about ready now for the President. What you're watching is videotape of about an hour ago, but we're waiting now for the President, and here he is, ascending the rostrum there, getting up on the platform in front of the Enterprise, which, as we've said, was the prototype for the orbiters. The band playing Hail to the Chief, and the President standing there surrounded by Mattingly and Hartsfield, the two heroes, who have just completed the 4th flight of Columbia, the space shuttle. Crowd waving American flag. You understand there are some 30,000 folks out there in the hot sun. Among them, Gene Cernan and Lynn Scher.
Frank, I think these people are to hear the President as they are to see the landing and to see the Challenger take off. Gene has been awed watching it go by atop 747.
They have it parked down at the end of the ramp, don't they? At the end of the runway.
It's poised down there, ready for takeoff here in a few short moments. And, you know, we have all 3 shuttles, Enterprise, Columbia, and Challenger, whose namesakes themselves have played a great deal in the development and history of this country. I think the President is about.
NASA's Administrator James Beggs now is about to introduce
the space program. Mr. President, in your inaugural address, you reminded us that it is time we realize that we are too great a nation to limit ourselves to small dreams. And then you told us we have every right to believe in heroic dreams. Today, this nation of 10 years of very fun and relentless drive towards just such a dream. The construction of the transportation system, which will give us the benefits of space to everyone on Earth. Just 15 months ago, the Columbia took off on its first flight. The nation's heart beat faster, and the world wondered and watched as it came back to Earth. And today, with the successful completion of the 4th flight of Columbia, we are ready to put the space system to work. And it will earn its way. So, Mr. President, we stand ready to make heroic dreams come true. And thank you for your support. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Thank you very much. TK and Hank, you can see we've gotten well acquainted already. You've just given the American people a 4th of July present to remember. I think all of us who just witnessed the magnificent sight of the Columbia touching down in the California desert feel a real swelling of pride in our chest. In the early days of our republic, Americans watched Yankee clippers glide across the many oceans of the world, manned by proud and energetic individuals, breaking records for time and distance, showing our flag and opening up new vistas of commerce and communications. Well, today, I think you have helped recreate the anticipation and excitement felt in those home ports as those gallant ships spotted on the horizon heading in after a long voyage. We celebrate the 206th anniversary of our independence. Through our history, we've never shrunk before a challenge. The conquest of new frontiers for the betterment of our homes and families is a crucial part of our national character, something which you so ably represent today. The space program in general and the shuttle program in particular have gone a long way to help our country recapture its spirit of vitality and confidence. The pioneer spirit still flows in America. In the future, as in the past, our freedom, independence, and national well-being will be tied to new achievements, new discoveries, and pushing back new frontiers. The 4th landing of the Columbia is the historical equivalent to the driving of the Golden Spike, which completed the first transcontinental railroad. It marks our entrance into a new era. The test flights are over. The groundwork has been laid. And now we will move forward to capitalize on the tremendous potential offered by the ultimate frontier of space. Beginning with next flight, the Columbia and her sister ships will be fully operational, ready to provide economical and routine access to space for scientific exploration, commercial ventures, and for tasks related to the national security. Simultaneously, we must look aggressively to the future by demonstrating the potential of the shuttle and establishing a more permanent presence in space. We've only peered over the edge of our accomplishment. Yet already, the space program has improved the lives of every American. The aerospace industry provides meaningful employment to over a million of our students, many working directly on the space program. Others using the knowledge developed in space programs to keep us the world leader in aviation. In fact, technological innovations traced directly to the space program boost our standards of living and provide employment for our people in such diverse fields as communications, computers, healthcare, energy efficiency, consumer products, and environmental protection. It's been estimated, for example, that information from satellites has saved hundreds of millions of dollars per year in agriculture, shipping, and fishing. The space shuttle will open up even more impressive possibilities, permitting us to use the near weightlessness and near perfect vacuum of space to produce special alloys and biological materials impossible to manufacture on Earth. Similarly, in the area of national security, our space systems have opened unique opportunities by providing advanced methods of verifying strategic arms control agreements. The shuttle we just saw land carried 2 kinds of payloads, one funded entirely by private industry, and the other for national security sponsored by the Air Force. This versatility of the Columbia and her sister ships will serve the American people well. Yet we must never forget that the benefits we receive are due to our country's commitment made a decade ago to remain the world To ensure that the American people keep reaping the benefits of space, to provide a general direction for our future efforts, I recently approved a national space policy statement which is being released today. Our goals for space are ambitious yet achievable. They include continued space activity for economic and scientific benefits, and involvement in space-related activities, promoting international uses of space, cooperating with other nations to maintain the freedom of space for all activities that enhance the safety and welfare of mankind, strengthening our own security by exploring new methods of using space as a means of maintaining the peace. There are those who thought the closing of the western frontier marked an end to America's greatest period of vitality. Yet we are crossing new frontiers every day. The high technology now being developed, much of it by byproduct of space effort, offers us and future generations of Americans opportunities never dreamed a few years ago. Today we celebrate American independence, confident that the limits of our freedom and prosperity have again been expanded by meeting the challenge of the frontier. We also honor finders. Reaffirm to all of us that as long as there are frontiers to be explored and conquered, Americans will lead the way. They and the other astronauts have shown the world that Americans still have the know-how and America still have the true grit that tackled a savage wilderness. Charles Lindbergh once said that short-term survival may depend on the knowledge of nuclear physicists and the performance of space, but long-term survival depends alone on the character. That, too, is our challenge. Hank and TK, we're proud of you. We need not fear for the future of our nation as long as we've got men like you to serve as our inspiration. And God bless you for what you're doing. Before I introduce you, if you'll all just look, I'm sure down in front, maybe you can't see, but way out there on the end of the runway, the Space Shuttle Challenger, affixed atop a 747, is about to start on the first leg of a journey that will eventually put it into space in November. It's headed for Florida now. I believe they're ready to take off. Challenger, you are free to take off now. And now it's my pleasure to introduce to you two sons of Auburn, Captain T.K. Mattingly and Colonel Hank Field.
Thank you. Mr. President, you mentioned something about people having a desire to maintain a presence in space. Not very many hours ago, I know two guys who really wanted to maintain a presence a while longer. That is, you never get tired of it. The most remarkable thing, besides the machine and the team that put it together, is that it's a new discovery every minute and every day. The machine we built is a first stepping stone. Here comes the second one. We're standing in front of its pathfinder, and there's more to come. Where we're going to go in the future depends on you. Maybe that's our 10th step. I'd like to thank you for being here today. It's really a privilege for us to be part of this celebration. I don't feel like it isn't our celebration at all. We were just lucky enough to be here. The people that make all this work are the thousands of designers that made it work. And as the President pointed out, all the technology in the world is just a tool. And the only thing that makes the difference between our technology and the trip that we've just had and the sights that we've seen, that we thought, and the ideas that that spurred, all the difference between that and just plain old technology is the people that made it happen. Having a team that's dedicated to the United States and to the exploration and exploitation of space. And I am just as proud as I can be to be a part of that NASA team. There's one other thing that I'd like to say, and I'll let Hank talk to you. He's had to endure me for a long time now. He probably thinks that this last year has been the longest year of his life. It certainly had more hours packed into it than most. But throughout it all, this guy has maintained a summer and an industry that's second to none. And this is the finest pilot that ever flew in a space.
I can only echo the word of PK. I'm very proud to be here and be a part of the shuttle. I think back to 206 years ago when our forefathers ushered in a new era of true democracy for the world. And here today, I think in a new era also, a fully space transportation system. We've got a real fine vehicle there. That vehicle performed far beyond. And I think TK and I brought all you folks about the best. It will be tough for Challenger and the ones coming down the line to top it. But as Ken says, people are the important part. TK and I are the tip of the pyramid, and we're standing on top of a huge number of people who have dedicated their lives and their efforts to making it all work. It can't be done without you folks. I'm convinced, as TK is, that American technology is the greatest in the world because we have the best people in the world. I think that it's going to hold something for us that at this point we cannot even imagine. In the short time that I was there in space, I thought of some things that could only be done there. And when we start sending people up routinely, as the President pointed out, we just open the freeway, we know no bounds to what we can do. And I am very, very proud to be a part of this initial effort. Thank you.
I just want to again tell you how proud we are of you. And today, of our independence, let us remember we're a prosperous people and a strong people because we're a free people. So God bless you all, and a happy job. Now, here they come. Here comes. And beside us and guide us.
through the night with a light from above. On the mountain, to the prairie, to the ocean. God bless America, my home sweet home. That can funnel you up.
Eat firecrackers.
Well, that certainly was an sense of timing, you might say, well planned. President got the song, this is Challenger, the next in the line of orbiter spacecraft, goes soaring by on its way to the Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral, Florida, and eventually it too will Columbia space. Well, we still have a little more to report from Edwards Air Force Base, more about space. Our coverage of Space Shuttle Columbia will continue in a moment.
The Space Shuttle Columbia, the first space ever designed for more than one mission into Earth orbit. In years to come, the magnificent ship will be common providing routine access to the vast ocean that is space. On board as before, Tang Instant Breakfast Drink with its delicious orange taste and full supply of vitamin C in every glass. Great tasting Tang. Space Earth families.
I'm speaking to the individual who stole the property of the USSR.
Clint Eastwood is Mitchell Gant, U.S. fighter pilot. He is on one of the most incredible undercover missions of our time. He's got to steal the most devastating killing machine ever. Clint Eastwood in one of the most important films in a decade. Firefox, rated PG. Now playing near you.
Lights turn off automatically. You're in control. Managing information. Managing productivity. Managing energy. And that's just some of the ways a Bell Business System can help you manage better. Want to see him again? Call your Bell System account executive. The knowledge business.
What's wrong, Joan?
You need the breath deodorant.
Sorry. Must have been the onion.
I'll take care of that.
Florets?
Florets is the breath deodorant. It'll freshen and helps your mouth's own freshening power eliminate bad breath. The breath deodorant. Costs ready, doctor.
For fresh breath fast, Clorets.
This is Frank Reynolds once again in Washington. A moment ago, we saw a rather impressive sight. Challenger, the newest of the orbiter spacecraft, on piggyback. And here it is again live. We still have Edwards Air Force Base. Piggyback on its way now to the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, where it will join the ranks of the Challenger is very much like the other spacecraft that have preceded it, Columbia. But there are some differences, and Ken Kashiwahara has prepared this report on the newest of America's space shuttles.
While Columbia was racing through space at 18,000 miles an hour, America's newest space shuttle was inching its way from Palmdale, where it was constructed, to Edwards Air Force Base, 35 miles away. Although Challenger appears identical to Columbia, there are differences. The new shuttle is the first to be certified operational, meaning it is scheduled to fly 100 major overhaul. Challenger also sports fewer heat-shielding tiles than does Columbia. During construction, technicians covered the two rear engine pods with a heat-resistant fabric instead of the black and white tiles. Inside the Challenger cockpit, the ejection seats have been replaced by airline-type crew seats, and there is space for 5 additional seats, a galley, and sleep stations. And finally, because engineers use different materials in some spots, Challenger weighs 2,000 pounds less than Columbia, meaning it can carry a larger payload. Challenger now sits atop a 747, and right after President Reagan's speech this morning, it will be ferried to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where it will be prepared its first.
We know that Challenger is on its way to Cape Kennedy, and incidentally, Challenger, like the other shuttle names, derives its name from an historic American sailing ship. But Challenger was also a name used in another American space mission, and that happened to Apollo 17, and that happened to be commanded by a guy named Gene Cernan. Gene, do you remember that?
Sure do, Ken. It's been a very moving day here today, and I guess that's about all that's left to say from my point of view.
Gene, I would second that. And Frank, for those who want to know how you make an encore after a day like this, next 4th of July, Challenger, that very same orbiter, will take off on the first launch.
That would be even more spectacular. Well, thank you very much, Gene, and thank you to Lynn and Ken Kashiwahara and Jules Bergman, who's been watching the entire mission at the Space Flight Center in Houston. Well, that's just about it. Columbia has landed after 7 days, 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 40 seconds in orbit, a perfect picture book landing. We'll have more World News later on today with Tom Gerald. And also, we're inaugurating a new broadcast tomorrow night developments. It will be and Kathleen Sullivan. And that will come on tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. So that's it for now as far as Columbia is concerned. As I said, the astronauts, Mattingly and Hartsfield, have given the American July present to remember. This is Frank Reynolds in Washington.
This special report came to you from ABC News. We now resume our regular program schedule after this local station.
are endless. We were saying earlier that I have spoken with Max Vauget, the designer of the Space Shuttle, widely regarded as the father of the Space Shuttle. He was completely in the dark. He, of course, is watching as close as he can. Dr. Vauget is retired from NASA, but he was watching from his office, and he said he has complained several times about any number of things that were involved in the design, but he said at this point there was nothing that we ever predicted could be that serious, that could result in a catastrophic failure. It's one of those things that you write off to possibility, but you can't speculate at this point how it could have happened. We have here a model of the Space Shuttle. For those of you who may not have seen it earlier, it's well at this point probably to review the major components of it. This is the large external tank, and as Tom has pointed out, this external tank contains fuel that amounts to making the shuttle a flying bomb when it goes up into space. On the outside are solid rocket boosters. Now, each of these solid rocket boosters develops a thrust of something like 2.9 million pounds. They separate from the shuttle as it gets to a certain point in the flight. At the point where the catastrophic explosion occurred this morning, they were about halfway to the point where these solid rocket boosters would normally have come off the side of the shuttle and then been picked up at sea, and that is the normal, that's the normal procedure. The external tank goes up with the shuttle further on into space and disintegrates as it comes back down through the atmosphere. We were a little over a minute into the flight. We were at the point where they were approaching what's called max Q. That's the point of maximum dynamic pressure on the orbiter itself, created by the combination of the main engine thrust, 3 main engines down here. Each of them developed something like 375,000 pounds of thrust. That thrust is added to by the 2.9 million pounds that comes from each of the solid rocket boosters. We were approaching the point, as I say, where all of that creates the maximum pressure that is going to occur on the vehicle at any point. The order was given, you go to throttle up, to Dick Scobie, the mission commander, and at that point, the explosion occurred. Tom, I must say I was very, very taken by your reflections on Judy Resnick, and I got a chance to be around her a little bit. And
flag already at half-staff. And the reaction of some people from around New York City.
Solid booster rocket, that right at this point there could have been a tearing when the rocket went into great acceleration, its fastest point. But of course that alluded to this a few minutes ago when they went through full power at about 1.
Well, the only thing I could think about with those kids in that auditorium and the trauma they must be going, and what a shock it must be for them to watch something like that happen to their teacher. That's what I was thinking of.
I think maybe they are doing a little too many shuttles, so I wasn't really that shocked. If you keep going up and going up, there's more reason for error, more room for error. Just shock, because it just reminded me of a disaster of previous times, of how the community would react, like a Hindenburg when that went up, and the human tragedy, the loss of life.
I think what bothers you about this is that this represents the epitome of the technology that our country has, and everything that we've ever put into space technology manifests itself in the shuttle program. And for something like this to go wrong, what do? You start from scratch again.
Whenever you hear about something like this, you always have some kind of shock, because you know it's out of the ordinary, and you don't expect things like this to happen.
Yes, Tom. All right, here we are now.
As I address you here this afternoon. At 11:40 a.m. this morning, space program experienced a national tragedy with the explosion of the Space Shuttle Challenger approximately a minute and a half after launch from here at the Kennedy Space Center. I regret that I have to report that based on very preliminary searches of the ocean where the Challenger impacted this morning, these searches have not revealed any evidence that the crew of Challenger survived. The dedicated crew members of Challenger are Commander Francis Dick Scobie, Pilot Michael J. Smith, Mission Specialist Dr. Judy Resnick, Ellison Onizuka, and Dr. Ronald McNair. And payload specialists on board were Krista McAuliffe and Greg Jarvis. All early indications in the Launch Control Center, the Kennedy Space Center, have indicated that the launch was normal up to approximately 11:40 a.m. this morning, about a minute or so into the flight. Flight controllers in the Launch Control Center here and in the Mission Control Center in Houston were polled immediately after the explosion, reported that they did not see anything unusual up to that point. The solid rocket booster recovery ships were immediately dispatched to the area, approximately 18 or so miles downrange from Kennedy, along with various Coast Guard and military ships, helicopters, and planes. I have taken an immediate action to form an interim investigating board to implement early activities in this tragedy. Data from all of the shuttle instrumentation, photographs, launch pad systems, hardware, cargo, ground support systems, and even notes made by any member of the launch team and flight ops team are being impounded for study. A formal board will be established by the acting administrator very, very shortly. Subsequent reports on this tragedy will be made by this formal review board. I am aware and have seen the media is showing footage of the launch today from the NASA Select system. We will not speculate as to the specific cause of the explosion based on that footage. It will take all the data, careful review of that data, before we can draw any conclusions on this national tragedy. Thank you.
Mr. Moore has time for just a couple of questions from each center before returning to the effort in investigating this tragedy. Please wait for the microphone and give your name and your affiliation. And we'll start right here with Jacqueline Bolden from Channel 6.
There were some reports that the shuttle perhaps rose a little slower than in previous launches, and there seemed to be a loud noise, and then the noise kind of backed off, and then a rush of noise again. Did you get any reports from anyone else that this seemed different from the people who either experienced it, saw it here live?
I have not heard any reports at all relative to that effect that you just described. None whatsoever.
Okay. Up here in the third row, Michael.
My name's Kevin Hamilton from WGIR in Manchester. The entire Teacher in Space program was designed to introduce more people, specifically youngsters, to the space program. This obviously is not the introduction you intended to make. What do you think the effect, the long-term impact that this is going to have on the youngsters that you were hoping to attract?
Well, I think we'll have to address that as time goes on. And again, I think today, the events of the day makes it much too early for me to speculate on the long-term impacts.
Okay, Al Selstead from Baltimore Sun in the first row.
Mr. Moore, at this time, do you have any estimate of how much liquid fuel was in the external tank at the time of the explosion, and how much explosive power, say in terms of TNT, that remaining liquid fuel might have been equal to?
No, sir, not at this time. You realize what we've been doing since 11:40 this morning is we immediately pulled our senior management together in this program, and I formed an interim board to ensure that all relevant data to this event would be impounded and would be made accessible to the investigative people that will go and take a look at it. I can't answer your specific questions relative to how much fuel was on board at this point in time. The board, when it's formally reported by the administrator, formally formed by the acting administrator, I'm sure will go into those kinds of questions, but I can't answer it right now.
Okay, we're going to take one more question here before going to the Johnson Space Center for questions. Here in the right opposite you, Jackie.
Peter Van Sant from CBS News. We received a call today from a member of an academic group who said he was on a tour group that was at the Pad 39B on Saturday night. This group was supposed to get off the bus to take a close look at the shuttle, but was not allowed to because this caller says they were told that a derrick arm had struck one of the tanks on the shuttle and that some repair work was being done. Are you aware of this incident, and are you aware of any problems at all with any of with either the external tank or the two solid rocket boosters?
No, we looked at that on Saturday. There was not even in the same area that of the tank. It was a small box, heater box, that had about a quarter of an inch of the insulation out of 5 inches that was scraped. It was a very minor scrape. It was repaired, and everybody, all the experts in the program, took a look at that, and so we closed it off at that point in time.
Wait for the microphone. I have to have the microphone.
There was no damage to any tank, or this arm did not strike any tank as far as
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, we're going to the Johnson Space Center for questions. Just a couple of questions.
This is the Johnson Space Center. We have a question from Paul Reeser, Associated Press.
Yes, Mr. Moore. Was there any debris of any description recovered by the vessels, and if so, what was it?
We do not have any detailed debris reports at this point in time. That certainly is something that we're looking at, and we will be impounding all the debris that we recover, and we've set up plans here to store that debris so that the investigating group can go in and look at that and assess that in great detail. I do not have any detailed reports right now on debris.
Bruce Nichols. Mr. Moore, with all the delays that you experienced last week, the delay again this week, was there any pressure building at all to try to get this one off the ground? Was the pressure up there? And who made the final decision to go or no go?
There was absolutely no pressure to get this particular launch off. We have always maintained that flight safety is our top priority consideration in the program, and we look at the status and readiness of the systems based on that. We thoroughly reviewed the activities over the weekend and yesterday, and continually reviewed the status of Challenger right up until launch this morning. All of the people involved in this program, to my knowledge, felt that Challenger was quite ready to go, and I made the decision, along with the recommendation from the team supporting me, that we launch.
We're going to the Marshall Space Flight Center for a couple of questions.
Martin Berkey with Huntsville Times. Can you tell me what this does to the schedule on down the line, including the launch at Vandenberg?
No, I'm not prepared to do that. What I have done is basically suspend operations for a few days till we can sit down and assess this. And, you know, we're obviously not going to pick up any flight activity until we fully understand what the circumstances were relative to this morning's launch. So in the interim, near-term time, we basically suspended operations until we get a handle on what our problems were this morning.
Nick Miller, WAFF Television in Huntsville. What part will Marshall Space Flight Center play in the investigation, since the propulsion system was the responsibility of the Space Flight Center here?
Well, they obviously have to play a very strong role in the investigating what happened this morning. As you know, the Space Shuttle program is built around a team effort, not only involving the Marshall Center, but also the Kennedy Space Center and the Johnson Space Center. All of the elements have different responsibilities, and clearly Marshall has the propulsive responsibilities on the shuttle. They will play a very dominant role, as will the other three centers I mentioned, as well as anybody that is contributing to the overall program and has some relevant information to add will certainly play a part.
Okay, we're moving to Washington for questions from NASA headquarters. Okay, there is a problem with our audio circuits to Washington. We are going to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena.
Bill Hines of the Chicago Sun-Times. Mr. Moore, in your opening remarks, you mentioned the appointment of this interim review board and said that it would be making statements from time to time. Not to put any adverse interpretations on this, it sounds a little bit like a news blackout, and I'm wondering if your objective is to consolidate information, what will be the point of issue of all those announcements in the future? And are other people not involved in that review board forbidden to talk?
Well, let me correct your statement. First of all, I said that I had appointed an interim review board. That interim review board is composed of the senior members of the NASA team here to take immediate actions on impounding data. The acting administrator is expected to appoint a formal review board very shortly, and it will be left up to that review board in order to determine its progress reports in terms of their findings. What we have done here today is to move very quickly so that all relevant data could be impounded, and all actions that are needed to be taken in order to preserve as much information as we can on the circumstances of this morning can be preserved. And that's the nature of the work that I've implemented today, and I expect a formal board to be established very, very shortly, within the next day or so, by the acting administrator.
This is Roy Neal, NBC News. Jess, You've said, I believe, that future flights are temporarily frozen. The United States space program, as a result, is at a halt. Now, based on your experience, how long would you estimate that this investigation will take? 6 months, a year, before you get back in business?
Roy, it is, as you know, it is very difficult to estimate that time. It's going to be a function of what the board finds were the difficulties today and what corrective actions have to be taken before we feel confident and feel safe to fly again. And I clearly am not in a position to speculate today the length of time involved in making that determination. It will be done just as quickly as we possibly can, but also as prudently as we possibly can and as thoroughly as we possibly can.
One more question from JPL.
Bill Hines again. I've got to follow up on that first question of mine. I understand now that there will be announcements made after the permanent board is appointed. Is that correct?
There will be an announcement, I'm sure, of the members of the permanent board, yes. I believe that will be correct, and then I think that board will determine its rate of reporting based on the progress of its findings.
Okay, we're going next to the Washington NASA headquarters.
Are there any indications of sabotage or attack on the shuttle?
I can't hear it.
I'm sorry, we didn't read that question. And while they're repairing that circuit to Washington, we'll go to the Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland.
Mark Weaver, WBAL Radio in Baltimore. Has this raised any questions about how reliable the space shuttle is? Might there just be too many things that could go wrong with a vessel this complicated?
Well, that question, I'm sure, will be asked, and I don't want to speculate on that at this point in time. That's certainly a logical question for somebody to ask.
Ken Gerald from WDVM in Washington. Were there any unusual weather conditions aloft or any unusual weather conditions during the launch?
None that we observed that I recall. We did put up some weather balloons early this morning. We did look at load conditions as we normally do, and the winds aloft looked good. We didn't have any exceedances as far as our load indicators are concerned, to my knowledge. And we thought everything was in good shape for a launch this morning.
Mr. Moore, I.J. Hudson from WRC-TV. Has it become a problem that you have been too good in the past, that the American people have seen flawlessly perform missions on TV almost routinely, and that something like this happens all of a sudden, it hits home even harder?
Well, I don't know how to answer your question specifically. We always strive in every flight that we perform to be as reliable and as safe as we possibly can, and to do everything that we can to ensure that the vehicle and the systems are all ready to fly. Flight safety is our number one priority in the Space Shuttle program. And certainly when you see an event like this morning, we are going to have to do a very detailed assessment of the set of circumstances to try to understand what occurred, and we will then in turn assess the impacts from that to determine where we go in the future.
I think you can hear it over the speakers.
Okay, back here at the Kennedy Space Center, we only have time for a couple more questions. Jay Barbary from NBC News in the front row here.
Jess, I would like to know if you know what happened to Challenger. Can we assume that it was consumed in the explosion? And can you tell us specifically what you know now that the recovery crew has recovered in the impact area?
I have not gotten a briefing, Jay, on what the recovery team has found at this point in time. And I have basically looked at the NASA Select photos and so forth that you did, and all I can say is that it appeared from those photos that there was an explosion. And that's about all I can say at this point in time.
Okay, we have time for only one more question, and James Fisher from the Orlando Sentinel has had his hand up a long time.
Jess, I realize this is a rather forward-thinking question, but what is the situation with the Rockwell plant about the possibility for ordering another shuttle? Has the assembly line been shut down? What's the situation with that?
Well, as we've discussed in the past, We are manufacturing structural spares for an orbiter system, and that manufacturing process is continuing. We are also buying spares for the current fleet that we have, and there is a production capability there if and when it's decided that that's the next step we want to do, is to move forward and do that. So I think the bottom line answer to your question is yes, that is a possibility, that we could implement a production capability for another orbiter if that were decided to be the thing to do.
Okay, I'm sorry to have to wind this up now. Mr. Moore has to get back immediately. As you know, he's been here since very early in the morning, and there's much to be done. Thank you all. Thank you.
That's the news conference from the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida, where we heard Jess Moore with the first definitive, although not wide-ranging, reaction of NASA to what happened today at about 1 minute and 30 seconds, as he indicated, after liftoff of the Space Shuttle Challenger. It blew up. He would not speculate at all on what may have happened. He would not even say whether he believed that the shuttle itself, that is the aircraft, the space aircraft, was consumed in the explosion or whether it went down intact. And then we believe if it did that, in fact, it would have broken up when it hit the water. He would not even comment on that. He did say that all tapes, all notes, all reactions now have been impounded. There will be a full investigation. And he says, I regret, I have to report that there is no evidence that any member of the crew survived this explosion. And as we have been looking at this gigantic fireball all day long, there is no indication that anyone could have survived that no ejection system could have permitted any kind of an escape to safety on the part of the 7 people on board, including Krista McAuliffe. Here once again is the stop action. That is the shuttle itself on the bottom part, as you can see. The solid rocket booster is the white one atop that, and then the big external tank seems to just come apart, as you can see. And as the fire races through it, it triggers this enormous explosion. It's the dark area between the 2 white areas that we're looking at. That's the external tank, although it's not well defined in this picture. This is it in slow motion. You see where that begins to break up there? While the solid rocket booster itself continues to go, and then we saw it break away. Now, there's another one on the other side, of course, but it does appear that it's the solid rocket booster, and that flame, as you can see, consumes the space shuttle in which 7 astronauts, including teacher Krista McAuliffe, 37 years old, of Concord, New Hampshire, tragically watched by her husband and her 2 children today, as well as by her parents. And they could barely believe their eyes as they watched that unfold in the bright blue skies over Florida. It was a tragic end to what everyone had hoped would be a triumphant flight for this young school teacher and her 6 associates, who were all veteran members of the astronaut program.